Good morning, colleagues. We are going to start with our meeting, and we are hoping that we are all comfortable where we are seated. Maybe if you can just display the agenda. And it is also circulated. We have got hard copies issued to each and every member. And if it happens that you don't have an agenda, it will always be displayed on the screen for your convenience. And this meeting is officially opened. And let me make few of the remarks. As we are opening, we want to greet and acknowledge Honorable MEC Mayor Kekana and HOD Mayor Mashamba and your entourage, honorable members of Scopa, the representative from the AGSA, representative from Provincial Treasury, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Mayor Scopa Mabuza, legislature staff, and all our people who are watching using different media platforms. Good morning.
Morning.
Today we are heading the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. Thank you, MEC, for honoring our invitation. The department is here to account on the 24-25 financial year on how the public funds were spent. And I want to remind members and the officials from the department and everybody watching that as Scopa we derive our mandate from the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, Act 106, Section 114, subsection 2, A and B. It is saying, or it stipulates that a provincial legislature must provide the mechanism to ensure that all organs of the state in the province are accountable to it and play an oversight role over the state institutions. It is in the interest of everyone or every citizen of Limpopo to see to it that every cent spent is accounted for. It is for this reason that Scopa provides oversight by strengthening accountability, transparency, and integrity of government departments and its entities. To achieve this, we have to strengthen internal controls and we have to put them in place, and where there are deviations, consequence management should be instituted. We are also mandated to track the House resolutions. Every resolution, as long as it has not been implemented, it must be explained on the progress of that particular resolution, and we must see to it that it is implemented to the finality. And we must monitor the very same implementation of that particular resolution. We are also mandated to ensure that it is not only about cents and rands, it's about service delivery. Those outcomes, the audit outcomes, must speak to the service delivery issues. They must also talk to the targets that are set. Are they achievable? Have you achieved them in line with the budget which is which was adopted by the House at that particular time. We are also concerned that there is non-compliance of the legislation. Hence, you see that we have high amounts of irregularities, and there are irregular expenditures, and they are increasing every year. It looks like we are tolerating irregular expenditure to an extent that we don't even put measures in place to avoid or to prevent the occurrence of such unwanted expenditures. We are so comfortable, we are tolerating, we understand that it is not possible that you can incur irregular expenditure, and it should not be like that. Honorable MEC, Scopa has received audit outcomes and reports from AXA based on your submissions. I think the opinion of AG is based on your quality of performance information that you are submitting. And if you have submitted poor quality, obviously the outcome will also be poor. So, as the committee, we have studied the audit reports and generated questions that will guide you on trying to answer our questions on accountability, transparency, and integrity. But our questions are not only limited to what we have written in the file. Our questions will be based on the information that we think can assist you to move forward, because we have been stuck with unqualified audit opinion for a very long time. You can't get out of that situation. And some of the responses that you have given us confirm that indeed you are stuck, because you recycle strategies. Some of the strategies you don't even implement, because if you do things the same every time, you'll get the same results. So once you have instituted a particular strategy and you see that it has not given you the appropriate or the required outcomes, why don't you reinforce that particular strategy? We don't say a chop and chop strategies every year, but because they have not brought required outcomes, you can reinforce until you are convinced that this strategy is not working. But at least you must be seen doing something. And as I'm concluding, just worth mentioning that as the province MEC, we're meeting as we are faced with devastating a situation because of the floods. The last time I checked, we have lost about 17 people due to floods from December up to now. And the destruction of infrastructure and coming closer to the agricultural industry, the floods also have devastating effects, as agriculture is the main economic activity in our province. So when we have got floods in two main regions, districts in our province that are very strong in terms of production, then we are heading for a challenge in terms of food security and in terms of the exports that we use to export to uplift the economy of the country. The fertile soil has been washed away, and we know that naturally the agricultural soil is limited, but the little that we were having is also affected by this erosion. Those farmers who were in production, they are also going to lose production because some of their crops are destroyed. You may ask yourself, why am I raising these issues when we want to talk about accountability? I'm raising them because they have a direct impact in terms of how you must prepare your APPs going forward, because you must talk to this reality that is there. And we know that during the, as a result of the climate change, this might not be the last disaster. We have observed this trend year on year and year basis. We have floods, we have got all those disasters. So I think it's the time that, it's time now that our APPs talk to the reality that we are faced. Talk to this issue. Our budget must talk to this issue. So this happens when we also have a outbreak of FMD, foot and mouth disease. And I think we can do better in that, because it is the state's responsibility to control diseases. If we don't have a program to control diseases, then we'll have this disaster this outbreak a year in and year out. I think this also talks to our APP. It talks to the budget. Are we having enough programs to make farmers aware of this proclaimed diseases or notifiable diseases? Do they know that once they observe this a symptom, they have to report it, or they will just use the homemade remedies, especially in the rural subsistence farming? So if we can start there with subsistence farming to ensure that we make them aware. These small-scale farmers and these commercial farmers, they buy stock from those villages. And then if we don't have that interaction in terms of the quarantine, the issue of state machinery to prevent diseases, the issue of buffer zone, we know that there are red zones. Why don't we create buffer zones? Gauteng is also affected. How do we interact so that we don't take FMD from this province to that province, and then we end up knowing how to control it? And that thing, I know it needs budget. So I'm raising it, MEC, that as and when we're starting with the budgeting processes, let's continue to prioritize the main function of the department, which is to control the diseases, so that we are able to sustain the economy. It's very critical that agriculture as an industry performs. And if it performs, we will save jobs, we will also improve our economy. So that can be done by ensuring that our systems are in place. We check, we empower small-scale farmers, we empower our rural subsistence farmers, and ensure that they are aware of these diseases that are proclaimed and need to be reported. And as we had a lot of rain, it can also bring other unintended consequences, like the increase in terms of vectors which can transmit certain diseases. We may be looking at foot and mouth disease. We find that at the end of the day, we have the outbreak of maybe heart waters or whatever. So we must be able to manage that, so that we are able to progress as the department. So we want to thank you very much, and we are saying MEC and HOD, we just want to check. We have received your report, and we want to check if you are aware of the contents of the report, because I can see that you have signed for this report, both of you. Have you just signed, or you are aware of the reports? Have you contributed in coming up with the report? Are these answers that are here your views as well? I just need confirmation on that one.
Thank you very much. Let me take this opportunity to greet our chairperson, Honorable Mukwele, the entire Scopa members, our HOD, Team Agriculture, of course, led by the HOD, Ms. Mpho Mashamba, our officials from both the legislature and the Department of Agriculture, our senior members from Treasury, the Office of the AG, good morning. My name is Nadedi Tekana, the MEC for Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. Yes, I can confirm that the report has been brought to my disposal. We have discussed the reports together with the annexures as attached, and also the amendments as and when they might be needed by your good self. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I hope you spoke on behalf of the accounting officer, and congratulations for being appointed as the HOD. The last time we met, you were acting, so congratulations, and we believe that indeed you will make an impact in the department, and we're looking forward to work together with you. And happy belated birthday, MEC. Thank you very much, and compliments to everybody. Thank you. So we have an item. The next item is number 3, which is introductions. We are all going to introduce ourselves, but we also request that as and when we are going to speak, let's introduce ourselves for the benefit of those who are watching from different media. They must not assume that it looks like this, it seems like this is the voice of Honorable Mabota. We must just consistently. So if we give us 5 names, be consistent until the last item, giving us those 5 names. So I'm just warning to say, just do something that you will be able to sustain towards the end. And then we will be asking questions. Members will be asking questions. Question 1, we ask, we respond, we ask questions from members. If there are follow-up questions, they come until we are satisfied that that question is sufficiently answered. And then if there are follow-ups, then I will also take it. Then go to the next question just like that, to ensure that what do we want to get from your strategies and why to account. It is very critical that we know that we, as Scopa, we want to follow the money. If you are saying this money has been lost or is a wasteful or fruitless, we want to follow that money to the land. So don't be surprised if we ask a question until we know now where is the money and how are we moving forward in terms of following it. So without any ado, I just want to welcome all of you to this very important public hearing. The public would like to hear how we spend their money. It is not our money. We are just given that opportunity to provide services and use their money as effectively and as efficiently possible. So we are here to account to the public to say, here we have done, this is what we have done. Here we are struggling, but we have got program in place to address such deficiencies. Like for example, we have identified MEC many control deficiencies, internal control deficiencies, and at one stage you have also confirmed yourself that we have challenges in terms of internal control deficiencies. That is something that we need to hear. Then after you have discovered that we have got such challenges, what are you doing? What are you going to do to ensure that because you can't have the same mistake over and over again. You can't fail corrections. I used to say you can't fail corrections. If you have done something, you got it wrong. Next time you say go and correct and you still get it wrong, then it means that you are going to have a problem, or you have a problem. So we are here to assist each other in making sure that we all, because your loss is our loss. So we must work together and be honest in our reporting. there's an issue that the AG has sharply raised on the issue of performance information. That is where you get an adverse opinion on that particular program. And indeed, I can confirm, AG, that as I was going through the file, the issue of information, sometimes it is very, you may not be able to understand what they're trying to say. Sometimes you feel that this information was skewed a little bit. So, but because you are here, you must be able to explain. But that is not what my expectation. My expectation is the file must talk. In fact, I want us to come to a situation when, after giving us a file, we come here, we ask questions, you respond, and we say your response is just sufficient. Let's go. We must not rewrite the file when we are here by asking questions that were supposed to be included in the file. So I wish one day we'll achieve that. But it's work in progress. We'll help each other as HOD to have a talking file. It must talk. You must only spend 2 hours in the hearing because your file will be very clear. You don't have, well, how is this? Where is this? Where is this? Those things must just be there. So without any waste of time, we are going to introduce ourselves. 3.1, we're starting with the members of the Public Accounts Committee, which is Scopa. Starting with myself, I'm Esther Mukweli, the chairperson of this committee, and we'll do it anti-clockwise.
Good morning, Honourable MEC and to Team Agriculture. My name is Jacques Smaller. I'm a member of the Public Accounts Committee.
Member of the same committee.
Hello, Thabo Magocha, Standing Committee, Public Accounts.
Morning, Chairperson, morning, Honorable MEC, and your team. My name is Matodi Caroline Mantata Masela. I'm the member of this committee. So, thank you.
Morning, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable MEC, and your colleagues. My name is Asnat Majumane. I'm the member of this committee. Thank you.
Tobela, Libizo Hagaki Masovani, aka Jump Sawatoma. I am the member of this committee. Thank you.
Greetings, Chair, and everyone. My name is Honorable Bella Faith. I'm a member of this committee.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Morning, MEC and your team. My name is Wesley Maringa. There is no AKA. I'm in this committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And just to yourselves, the MEC and the department, and Bella Pomauza, the Chairperson of the Committee on Agriculture.
Thank you very much. Jump is his real name, is in the ID.
It's in the ID.
Legislature staff.
Good morning. My name is William Mukari. I'm the committee coordinator of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. Thank you.
Good morning, my name is Martin Choshi. I'm the researcher of this committee.
Good morning, my name is Shadon Dikileti, Scopa coordinator.
Morning, Chairperson, honorable members and colleagues. My name is Saul More. I'm with Communication Services in the legislature.
Kgotso, leina la ka ke Rachel Senero, researcher for UAT.
Good morning, Mudibare Nilo, IT support.
Morning, Maura Michidzive, Communication Services. Chair, good morning. My name is Samson Mamabudo. I'm a manager in the ANC Party Caucus. Thank you.
Morning, Chairperson. My name is Mabada Tingashai, support staff represent UET.
Okay, thank you. The next category is the Office of the Auditor General.
Good morning, Chairperson, members, MEC and your team. My name is Karin Grevia from the AG.
Good morning. My name is Valegan Motlana from AG.
Modaumbrane from AG. Thanks.
The next one is the Office of the Treasury.
Morning, Chairperson. Morning, Honorable MEC and Honorable members. I'm Dikili Dixon Disa, the Acting Provincial Accountant General from Treasury.
Morning, my name is Matavus Chocho, Treasury, Legislature Oversight Sub-Unit.
Okay, MEC, any interest?
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and your encourage. My name is Nakedi Kekana, the MEC for Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable members, Honorable MEC. Allow me to say all protocol observed. My name is Mpoma Shamba. I'm the head of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson. Let me stand on the established protocol. My name is Marianne Katingi, Chief Financial Officer for Department of Agriculture. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable MEC and HOD and colleagues. My name is Fiona Hetisan, Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members and colleagues. My name is Masaka Mabilu, the Acting Chief Director responsible for Agriculture, Development and Farmer Support Services. Thank you.
Good morning, honorable members, Chairperson, MEC, colleagues. My name is Lesecha Gola, Chief Director, Sustainable Resource Management.
Morning, Chair. Honourable Member, Melinda Labuskaghni, responsible for Agrarian Transformation and Sector Development Services.
Good morning, Chairperson, Honourable Members, MEC and the HOD. My name is Faith Neshtomboni, the Chief Risk Officer from the Department of Agriculture.
Good morning, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Members, MEC, and HOD. My name is Tembari Makuela. I work in the office of the HOD. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson. All protocol observed. My name is Khaweli Tswalo. I am responsible for laboratory services and veterinary services in agriculture. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson, MEC, HOD, and honorable members. My name is Cedric Mujapelo, attached to Agriculture and Regulatory Technology Development Services in the Limpopo Department of Agriculture. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson, MEC and the HOD. My name is Simon Ramafalo, Media Liaison Officer, Department of Agriculture and Rural Development.
Good morning, Chairperson, MEC, honorable members, HOD, and colleagues. My name is Kazamula Mashele, Acting Chief Director, Corporate Management in the Department of Agriculture.
Chairperson and honorable members, good morning. My name is Jonathan Mbe, Head of Office in the Office of the MEC.
Good morning, Chairperson, the MEC, honorable members, and the HOD. My name is Harolan Zwane, the Private and Appointment Secretary, MEC Support. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members, MEC and HOD and colleagues. My name is Edith Mashamaite, responsible for strategy and system in the Department of Agriculture.
Good morning, Chairperson, members, honorable MEC. and colleagues. My name is Tebogo Rampora from the Office of the MEC, responsible for legislature support.
Yeah, thank you very much. I hope now we know each other, but we continue to introduce ourselves as and when we are speaking for the benefit of members that are, or the people that are watching from social media, and also for record purpose. For record purpose, because these issues are on record, and we should know who said what. Now, on issues that relates to the apologies, from our side as the committee, we have two apologies. We have the apology for Honorable Nempumbuloni, who is now substituted by Honorable Maringa. We also have an apology from Honorable Mapolo. These are the only two apologies that we have from the side of the committee. And maybe let me check with the Honorable MEC if everybody who is supposed to be here is here, or do you have apologies?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Mukwele. I think from our side, we don't have any apology. We are full house.
Thank you very much, but I've not, maybe I did not hear well. Do you have an HRD or labor relations? Because I have a lot of questions for them.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Mpoma Shamba. Yes, Mr. Mashele is sitting in the back. Can you stand, Mr. Mashele?
Okay.
Yes, he's an acting chief director of corporate management.
Okay, it's fine. Some of them I did not hear their positions. Apologies, Mr. Mashel. And I'm not trying to intimidate you, I was just saying, because that is one very critical element that you can't miss in a meeting. Thank you very much. The next item, question 4. Can you take it up from number 3? Just want to check something. Okay, we're done with the apologies, but I think there is an omission there because before the questions, we need a presentation. There must be a presentation. You ask after we were told something. So I think maybe let's ensure that that program is in order. Yeah, Ari Lukisen. The fourth item should be presentation by the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. So, MEC, I'm going to give you a chance to present to the public and the committee as a way of accounting on each and every cent and each and every target and each and every management aspect that was raised, and even those which were not raised. Because one challenge, MEC, that we have observed is that, and I hope that you are aware that the AG don't audit everything. They sample. But the challenge is, once they sample program 2 and 3, you only look at those 2 programs. The findings that they raise, you don't check program 1, program 4, program 5, if you don't have the same issues. So that when you prepare for the next submission, you have dealt with the issue of material misstatement, for example. So you will deal with them with program 3 and 4, because that is what they have audited. and don't check the other programs. And next year, they don't sample 3 and 4. They sample 4 and 5, and they realize that you have repeat findings. And then now we become surprised. Why do you have repeat findings every year? It means there's no improvement. So these are some of the things that you need to just consider, and every time you go thoroughly. And I believe that you are presented with a detailed report on the audit, whereby everything that they raise, they indicate why are they saying so, what is it that you must do. That's my assumption. So, but to get repeat findings, though we appreciate that they have been reduced from 7 to 4 or something, it means that there is progress. It means that somewhere you are making progress, but that progress is not sufficient. It's not sufficient for making you to move from unqualified to clean audit. Like we have indicated, you have stuck on that particular audit outcome for many years. And even your intervention strategies are just, what can I say? I just want to raise these things even before you start. The action plan. You know, a plan will say, we want to do this thing, and then here is the time frame, here is the responsible person. If it is to be a proper plan that will address what we want to see. But your action plan will say, will strengthen the audit. How? Nobody knows. We will ask here. And then you are going to spend 12 hours trying to get, how are you going to ensure that you strengthen your internal controls. But if you have written them in your report, we are not going to ask anything about internal controls. I'm just giving you an example. So your action plans throughout, when we are saying what measures are you going to take to ensure that you address a particular program, you just have 3 points or 4 points in bullet form. I don't think that can be a measure, because a measure must talk. Who is going to do this? How are we going to do this? So that we have got a picture. We are not only writing this report just for compliance. We want to understand. And that will also help even the other managers to implement, because it's not you, HOD, who's going to implement the strategies that you are mentioning. But if you have just put 2 lines, how is the other manager going to know what is it that she or he is supposed to do? So it will not be only for the convenience of the committee, but even for the line management within the department. And I think the manager or support may not come to you that, HOD, what did you mean with this? So these are some of the things that are derailing us in terms of improving our audit outcomes, and we think that there's still room for improvement, but now what do we want? We want clean audit. The AG, when he was briefing us, he said, this is one department that has a potential to get a clean audit. I said, it's true, but it looks like there's very little commitment in terms of addressing the critical issues that will take them there. There's a reluctance in terms of ensuring that the critical issues are addressed. And if you can address those issues, we'll be having clean audit next year. So without any waste of time, MEC, we are going to ask questions. We'll start with question 1. We are going to allow honorable members to ask questions, and then you'll be able to respond. Or maybe before you even get to the questions, maybe we'll give you an opportunity. If you have something to say, you can say, and then we'll go to the questions.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, Honorable Mukwele, members of the Scopa, honorable members, the AG, the HOD, and the team. I'm going to request from the committee that the HOD must lead us in terms of the response. And I want to assure the committee that that which the chairperson has already alluded to make sure that there is internal control that is efficient, and we must not repeat strategies that at the end of the day does not yield positive result. I can confirm that upon the response that we are going to get from our good selves through the HOD, which of course I'm going to make an addition. Some of the strategies that we have incorporated, Chairperson, I can confirm that they've yielded positive results, and you'll see from that, from the response, that there are many strides that we have achieved in terms of resolutions of the House resolutions, and also the latest information that we got after we have submitted the file in terms of the reduction of the percentage from the House resolutions that we are supposed to implement. If we can just give us a hearing, I'll make addition, but I'm going to request the HOD to lead us in terms of the questions. I thank you so much. And maybe lastly, because we have indicated that it should be a talking file, which I think the HOD is going to do that, and also to indicate, also to check from your good self whether are we allowed to go verbatim, even though some of the resolutions we have merged them because they emanate from the previous resolutions, hence we were in a position to merge them and come up with the efficient strategies to resolve them. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, but I would not appreciate to come and present verbal reports, because that is subject to misinterpretation. Unlike if you have written everything that you want to, unless those an update. Since you have submitted this file, there might be developments in some other areas that I can accept. That since we have submitted, we have since maybe resolved this this resolution, which we believe that in the next meeting when we update the resolutions, it will be written. But just to do a lot of talking, which was supposed to be written, I'm very skeptical about that. That is why I'm saying the report must talk on your behalf. So you may explain, but we appreciate if everything. This is a record. We don't want everything every time when we want further information. We go to the YouTube and try to understand what was the MEC saying. We want to get it in the file, because we are going to archive this file. We are not going to archive the YouTube. We archive even after 20 years. The person or the chairperson of the Scopa must be able to say, in 2024, 2025, let me check what happened. What was the response to this question? So, but anyway, just explain as much as possible. We want to get what is happening. Where we will recommend a submission of a written, we will say so. But we really want something written for record purpose. Honourable members, we are going to allow you to ask questions to members. We ask one question. We start with question one. One member will ask all the questions. They respond, and we ask questions where we need clarity. Comments, like I said, in brief, just brief and to the point. And then after we are satisfied that question one is sufficiently answered, we'll go to question two, question three, just like that. So we're going to start with question one. Question one, which is the resolutions. Honorable Mantata Mahasela will be the one that takes the question 1.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and good morning again to the Honorable MEC and her team. Question 1 is based on House resolution status, and then executive authority. The committee has noted that the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development has not yet implemented some of the House resolutions from 2014 to 2015 and to 2023-2024 financial years. Question number 1A is, provide the committee with the status of the implementation of the House resolutions. Progress on the implementation of the House resolutions for 2014 to 2015, 2023 to 2024 financial years, which is as follows. And then question number 1B.
Yeah, sorry ma'am. Honorable members, can we have 1 meeting, please? Can we have 1 meeting?
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm proceeding to question number 1B, which is, why did the executive authority fail to implement some of the House resolutions for all these years? That's my questions. Honorable Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Member. And we are going to allow the MEC to deal with those questions. MEC.
I've requested the HOD to respond, unless if we...
Come again?
I've requested the HOD to respond on my behalf, and I'll make addition, unless if...
Yeah, but as a matter of procedure, when we have questions, I give them to you, and then you give it to the accounting officer.
Okay.
Agree is not the accounting officer who is accounting to Scopa.
Yes.
Yeah. So
Thank
that
you so
should
much.
be very clear, so that members should be confused.
Okay. Can I accord the HOD to respond to the question as raised?
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable MEC and members. My name is Mpo Mashamba. I'm the head of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. I'm going to take the hearing in terms of the questions that has been posed. Question number 1, which talks to the House resolution status A. In terms of the status of the implementation of the House resolution progress for the year under review and reporting 2014-2015 to 2023-2024 financial years, it is as follows. Our response as a department for the period under review and reporting from 2014-2015 to 2023-2024 financial years, the department has received the number of the resolutions 75, and out of 75 we had resolved 66, which translates to 88%. And the department has met 13 resolutions. Since they are repeated, you will see as I'll be taking you through. And 9 resolutions are still in progress. They are not yet implemented or resolved. That translates to 12%. The table below, it is breaking down the resolutions that has been implemented or resolved, as I've already alluded, and the ones that are still outstanding, which are still in progress. In 2014-2015, the department has received 7 resolutions, and we were able to implement all the 7 resolutions. Same as 2015-2016 financial year, we had received 4, and 4 has been resolved or implemented. However, in 2016-2017 financial year, the department has received 12 resolutions and 11 has already been implemented, 1 has been merged. In 2017-2018, we had received 7 resolutions. Out of 7, 6 has already been implemented, 1 has been merged in the outer years. In 2018-2019, the department has received 8 resolutions. We had implemented 6, 2 has been merged in the following outer years. In 2019-2020, the department has received 9 resolutions, 7 has been resolved or implemented, and 2 has been merged. In 2020-2021 financial year, the department has received 5 resolutions. Out of 5, we had implemented 3. 1 has been merged and 1 is not yet been resolved. It is in progress. 2021-2022 financial year, 2022-2023 financial year, the department has received 8 resolutions, 2 has been implemented, 4 are still has been merged and 2 are still in progress. 2023-2024, we had received 8 resolutions, 3 has been implemented, and 5 are still in progress. They are not yet been resolved. This table then depicted the breakdown in terms of the status quo that I had already alluded in my first response. Question number B, which is expecting the executing authority to account on why she has failed to implement some of the House resolution for all these years. Our response is as follows. The executive authority did not fail to implement the House resolutions as per the breakdown as alluded. I had already outlined in terms of the progress made on the resolutions that has already been resolved or implemented, those that has been merged, and those that are still in progress. Honorable Chairperson, I'll therefore move to the year 2020-2021, which talks to the statement of audit outcome. Here, Honorable Chairperson, the department will be accounting on the resolutions that are still in progress or the resolutions that are not yet being resolved. Out of 5 resolutions we have received as a department, 3 has already been implemented, 1 has been merged, and 1 is still in progress. The resolution number 1, which is still in progress, where the committee recommends that the accounting officer must develop an audit action plan to address the internal weaknesses with a view of obtaining a clean audit. In our response as a department is that we have developed the audit action plan which has been incorporated all the AGSA findings to strengthen our internal control mechanisms. And during that period, we would want to present that all the findings that have been has been fully resolved with the intervention measures that we had already put in place. The reference to this response is at Annexure A. On the special resolution, which is a lifestyle audit, this is the 7 resolutions that we have received in 2021-2022, wherein we were able to implement 6 and 1 which is still in progress. On resolution number 7, which is still in progress, the committee recommends that the accounting officer must appoint an independent firm to conduct a lifestyle audit on both management officials within the supply chain management. As we respond as a department, the department is being guided by the decision taken at the HOD's forum held on the 21st February 2024 that the lifestyle audit function will be centralized in the Office of the Premier. The supporting documents to that, it is referred to Annexure B. However, as a department, we did not fold our hands. We are continuing on an ongoing basis to analyze all the disclosure that is being disclosed by the categories of the department, wherein we are analyzing on whether there are red flags that warrants lifestyle. In this financial years that we are reporting, we have analyzed all the outcome of the financial disclosure in all the categories, and we have not identified any red flags that warrant lifestyle audit. For referral purposes, the report is attached as per the Annexure C. In 2022-2023 financial year, As I have already alluded to the committee that we had received 8 resolutions, 6 has already been implemented, 2 is not yet being implemented, meaning that they are still in progress. In terms of those resolutions that are still in progress, it depicts the irregular expenditure in terms as outlined in resolution number 2, where the committee has recommended that the executive authority must take appropriate action against the accounting officer for failing to take effective and appropriate steps to prevent irregular expenditure amounting to 2.297 million for the year under review and to clear cumulative irregular expenditure amounting to 197.30 million as of 31st March 2023, as required by Section 38(1) Roman figure 2 of the PFMA and Treasury Regulation 9(1.1). The committee further recommends that the executing authority must take the necessary steps to regularize the irregular expenditure incurred. As we respond as a department, we are presenting to the committee that an amount of 107.30 million, it is the cumulative figure. The irregular expenditure amounting to 192.36 million of the balance has since been condoned. That is out of the 197 cumulative figure. The department has applied for a condonation to regularize an irregular expenditure amounting to 2.297 million. The feedback was received from Provincial Treasury. However, there was an advice from Treasury that we must refer the irregular expenditure for further investigation to risk anti-fraud, anti-corruption, integrity management for further investigation, as I have already said. This process is still underway. See the annexure D. On the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, which talks to the resolution number 3, which is not yet being resolved, the committee has further recommended that the executing authority must ensure the recovery of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure amounting to 507,000 from responsible officials. Our response as a department, the closing balance of 507,000 was because of the cumulative balance from 2016-2017 to 2022-2023 financial year. An amount of 79,360,000 was recovered in September 2023. An amount of 1,852 was written off. The department is in a process of writing the debt that is amounting to 425,196,000 for 2 officials, which are Mr. Mulauzi AA and Moloto LA. They are no longer in the department as they have retired and have already terminated their service within the public service by the time the investigation report by the KPMG was implemented. We had tried our level best in trying to liaise and getting in touch with those affected officials through letters of reminders without no luck. Just recently, we had received a response from Mr. Mulauzi AA, who has just written to the department pleading the inability to repay the money, and it will prove to be very difficult to recover the debt at this stage, as the debt as well, both the debt that has already alluded to has reached the prescription period. See the annexure E for supporting documents. In 2023-2024 financial year, the department received 8 resolutions. 3 has already been implemented, 5 not yet being implemented, meaning that it's work in progress. Moving to the House resolutions and stagnant in the audit outcomes, which talks to resolution number 1, which is still in progress. The committee recommends that the executing authority must table a progress report in the House on the implementation of all House resolutions from 2016-2017 to 2021-2022 financial years. As we respond to the outstanding resolution, the department has attempted to present progress were made, which includes requesting the leader of government business for a slot to table the report. The department was, however, advised to present the progress to Scopa. The executive authority will report on the implementation of the resolutions pertaining to the forensic report referred to Annexure F. If the committee allows and gives us that opportunity, that could be done. But we are in this today presenting the progress as it is on the House resolutions. On the irregular expenditure, which talks to resolution number 2, which is still in progress, the committee recommends that the executing authority must take appropriate action against the accounting officer for failing to take effective and appropriate steps to prevent irregular expenditure, which amounts to 724,000 incurred in the current year as required by Section 38, subsection 1C, Roman figure 2 of the PFMA and Treasury Regulation 9.1.1. Furthermore, the committee recommends that the executing authority must take appropriate action against the accounting officer for awarding bidders based on preference points that were not allocated with the requirements of the Preferential Procurement Policy Framework Act number 5 of 2000 and Preferential Procurement Regulation 2022. The committee further recommends that the executing authority must take the necessary steps to regularize the irregular expenditure incurred. As we respond as a department, the department failed to prevent the irregular expenditure due to the misinterpretation of the Preferential Procurement Regulation 2022. The department is using Preferential Procurement 2022 as alluded when allocating specific goals for 20 points on 80/20 preference point system of acquisitions of goods or services with rent value equal to or below 50 million, which complies with the instruction note of 2020, my apology, instruction note number 4 of the 2022-2023 financial year. The executing authority further did not take an action against the accounting officer as the matter was still under the investigation. However, by the period of the investigation concluded, the contract of the accounting officer had already been expired. Hence, there was no consequence management implemented. The matter was referred to Employee Relations and Human Resource Development for disciplinary processes. The responsible employees were issued with letter of intention to charge on the 8th of September 2025. This is in line with PAJA, and their responses that we had received on the 12th of September 2025. The matter was subjected to progressive discipline as the implicated officials were issued with the letters for representations. The employees responded to the letters issued to them. Therefore, the department had acquitted the employees as it was established that they requested for guidance from the relevant office. And it was further established that they have acted upon the guidance from the Office of the Director, Supply Chain Management as the custodian of the process. An application for consideration for the condemnation has been submitted to Provincial Treasury on the 2nd of December 2025, and there is a progress, Honorable Chairperson and members, with regard to the condonement of this application. The amount has already been condoned. It was condoned when the report we had already submitted this report on the 9th of January. We received the response last week. On the fruitless expenditure, which talks to resolution number 3, which it is work in progress, the committee recommends that the executing authority must ensure recovery of fruitless and wasteful expenditure amounting to 2.328 million from responsible officials. As we respond as a department, an amount of 2,328,000 comprises of, as a breakdown, 425,196,000, 1.9 million of which 425,196 is in a process of being written off, and the remaining 1.9.7 million relates to the two officials. That is 425,000 for Mulawi and Moloto that I had already spoken to. However, on the 1.97 million, the disciplinary processes by the Employee Relations and Human Resource Development for Mr. El Mashiani is complete, although For the other official, Mrs. Elsie, she is no longer in the department. She has terminated the relationship with within the public service through dismissal processes, and no hearing is in process for her as she is no longer there. A fruitless expenditure case has been reported in terms of Section 86 of the PFMA to the South African Police Services, which is subs C Annexure AH. This is precisely for the 1.9 million case. The accounting officer is further seeking a legal opinion referred to Annexure H in terms of dealing with the fruitless expenditure, so that the legal services should provide a legal opinion on advisory. On resolution number 7, which is still work in progress, the committee recommends that executing authority must implement recommendations as per the findings of the investigation conducted by the National Department of Agriculture and Rural Development into the mismanagement of the Comprehensive Agricultural Support Program grant. The progress report must be tabled in the House. This is for SIU investigation. The investigation is still in progress following the request for information by the SIU on the 8th of December 2022. The department would like to just give a brief on this case. This is a National Department SIU investigation proclamation. Hence, we are saying we have requested the SIU progress report on the 8th of December 2022. The response by the department was submitted on the 12th of December 2022. The investigation is conducted by the law enforcement agencies outside the department, and to date, the department is still to receive the outcome of the investigation. The department has made several follow-ups in writing to the transferring officer at the National Department of Agriculture, and the response received on the 22nd August 2024 was that they were anticipating to finalize the investigation by the end of March 2025. However, that has not been the case, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Members. In April 2025, another follow-up was made, and the feedback from the transferring officer was that there is no report to share with provinces. SIU is yet to release the report on the investigation undertaken in all the provinces for the period of 2022-2023 financial year. In December 2025, we did not fold our hands. We continued requesting a progress through a letter that was made to the department, and so far we are still awaiting for the response. All this information that I have alluded to the committee, you may make reference to the portfolio of evidence in Annexure I. Moving to the tabling of the reports in every quarter, that is the resolution number 8 that we had received in 2023-2024 financial year. It is still in progress. The committee recommends that the executing authority must table progress report in the House every quarter on the implementation of all the House resolutions with effect from 31st August 2025. Furthermore, the committee recommends that the executive authority must brief both Scopa and Portfolio Committee on Agriculture and Rural Development on quarterly basis until all resolutions are fully implemented. As we respond as a department, the executive authority will report on the implementation of the resolutions to Scopa as determined by the next sitting. The executive authority will report on the implementation of the resolutions to both Scopa and the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture and Rural Development on quarterly basis until the resolutions are fully implemented. Since the decision has been taken on the 25th of August, we have not appeared as there was no invitation. Hence the department, Honorable Chairperson, is presenting this progress of the House resolution today in this meeting. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you for the response on question 1. Maybe before I give the honorable members chance to ask questions, I should also ask some of the questions so that I understand the context of some of the statements that you are making. On question 1, you indicate that especially A and B, you clearly show the resolutions that have been resolved and that those which have been resolved. But my challenge is that in 2022-2023, which is the last financial year, indeed we gave you 8 resolutions, and you're saying 3 have been implemented and 5 are in progress. I believe that when you account, when you presented a resolution to say, go and ensure that, for example, resolution number 7, the NOJAC situation in Zanin local municipality, the committee said, the committee recommends that the executing authority must table progress report on the implementation and the recommendation of this the SIU report. And we are not hearing you talking about that particular issue, and we don't hear you even taking us further in terms of your report, last year report, because as I remember last year on the very same matter, I believe is that matter where you build or you bought equipment, but unfortunately it's on the private land. Am I correct? So last year the progress was today. The department was in the process of ensuring that or negotiating to buy that particular land. But you don't get, are you winning or maybe it's not possible. I think that is the response that we expect. To say with the NOJACs, we are in the process of purchasing the land like we had last year. Did you buy, or you are still in the process, or maybe the private person is exchange said, no, I'm not selling, and you are back to the very same problem that started when we identified this irregular expenditure. So we don't get what is really happening there, and we also don't get you talking to. Of course, we understand that once it is with the SIU, then it was up to care. But your part in terms of engaging. Where are we? And we must also indicate that maybe we should follow up this with the SIU. When they were presenting their cases, we had a meeting with the SIU, and when they were presenting their cases, this case was not presented as one on their register. And maybe we need to check. I agree, even if there was an omission, we believe that there will be work that they're starting to do in terms of investigation. You will know if they've started with the investigation, because one member of the SIU will come to you as an HOD to say, we need this information. If indeed is there, and our agencies, I must just be upfront to indicate, our agencies are crying that in the Department of Agriculture, MSA, they often don't get cooperation when they are investigating. You find that sometimes records are not there. Sometimes there is an office somewhere in the district. When they go there, they always tell them, no, the person with the key is on leave, has gone to town, and all those stories. But what is key? We had a meeting with the SIU, the Hawks, the police, and the public state attorney. So that is why I can now say that this issue of NOJACs is not there. But I know that if they are interacting with you, then you know, or they came to request for this document, even if you don't go into details. We don't want details because the cases will be sub judice. They are crying non-cooperation from the department. The other thing is the issue, and I raised with the action plan, that your action plan are not so detailed. They don't guide us properly. I am surprised with the issue of lifestyle audit, because from departments they give us different story, but they end up, all of them end up on one point to say this must be done by the OTP. But the question is that when you were trying to do the lifestyle audit, especially your report on Annexure B, page 6, 3.6, it gives an impression that because you don't have red flags in terms of any issues, so it means that lifestyle audit will never be done in agriculture. Do you have to have red flags before? Because by the time you determine the red flags, 10 billion will be gone. I don't think that was the aim of lifestyle audit. The lifestyle audit was to say, even before we observe any anomaly, let's deal with the issue of how people are living. We must not wait to see that Mema Shamba looks like it's living a life beyond her salary, and then we start to do that, because by the time we do that, it will be too late. I think the essence of lifestyle audit is that the prevention or the detection of that problem as early as possible. So paragraph 3.6, you are saying that if you cannot identify red flags of corruption or misconduct, there will not be any lifestyle audit. That is how I understand it as I read. It might be wrong, but that is my assumption. And also, MEC, what are the powers of the HOD forum in terms of this decision to take to say we can do this and that, because they are the very same people who must be the lifestyle audit should be on them. So we just want to understand that. Yes, on the irregular expenditure, but what I also want to raise, the others I'll leave for members, just want to raise where I think really I need special clarity. On fruitless expenditure, the issue of Mlauzi and Mulot, the 445 something. The annexure, where you have written letters to them. I want to read the first paragraph. It's the same letter. I'm only going to read one. It's saying, during an investigation conducted by KPMG, findings were made indicating that you tampered with key performance indicators, which resulted in overpayments. And then paragraph number 3, we regret the inconveniences which occurred because of the translation. I want to understand, because I feel that there is a contradiction, or maybe you can just explain to me today. This 450, where did they tamper? Because if they have tampered with the system, it's not the same as if they were paid erroneously. Were they paid erroneously, or they are the ones who were supposed to pay and they tampered with the system? Because I will have a problem if they tampered with the system of the intention to write off. Because to me, it's a misconduct. But if it was not their fault, they were just paid by the system, not tampering with by somebody, then, well, it might be understandable that at a particular stage they can be written off if they are outside. But if they have tampered, I think this is a case of fraud and corruption, and we need to follow that money, whether they are on pension or what, whether they plead poverty or whatever. But they've done something with that money. You find that the person has built a house with that money. We can sell that house. I'm just giving an example because these two things are very different. If they have tampered, they have committed a misconduct. Whether they are out of the system, we need to follow them. And as the department, we may not be able to follow others because I could see the other former employee did not respond because you can't trace him. But there are agencies within the province and within our system which can trace him or her successfully. Because no pension but attempered the system. If she or he was paid erroneously because of the system, well, it's another issue. So maybe let me just leave it like that, and other members will come up with questions, and I'll come back if they have not covered me in terms of those questions. Can I see hands? Honorable Mantata Mahasela, Honorable Smal, and Honorable Mabuch.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and thanks again to Honorable NEC, the team, and the honorable members on this time. Honorable Chair, the department has given us the responses, but the responses are not proper. We are the first thing that I wanted to ask to the team agriculture is this one of the outcome audit opinion. That one, we are very much serious about it as the members. Why am I saying that? I'm saying that because, it's like you are very much relaxed. You are in a comfortable zone. You don't have a problem. Yours is to say, as long as we are getting this unqualified for 8 consecutive years. So nothing is bothering you in order to step up to another level. You're qualified unqualified, and it's good to do so or to be there. And as the committee of Scopa, we just want to assist you in order to elevate from where you are to something better. We want you, as our department, to have the clean audit. Then we'll be proud of that. Because in 2016 and 2017, you got qualified. And from there you progressed. But instead you are just relaxed there. So we want you to elevate to a higher standard. And then we'll be proud of that. We are not proud of this unqualified, no. We are happy, but we are not proud. We want you to move out of that level to another level. Then hallelujah if we go there. Another thing is about the irregular expenditure. The department take time, to attend to issues. You take time to attend to issues. Because you deal with the issue and then next time when you're supposed to do other things, you have got that issue that was not dealt with, and then the other one arise. So you find that things are piling up. So I think the department must attend to that you must act as soon as possible for the issues, to attend to issues. My question is, the other question is, do you have internal auditors in the department? If yes, if you have that, so why do the department carry on failing, failing on taking effective and appropriate steps to prevent, attending to issues? Because what I know is that to prevent those irregular and fruitless expenditures, the department must be assisted by these internal auditors. So if they are there, I don't understand. If they are not there, why don't you have those auditors in the department? I'll pose them. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Mabucha.
Oh, thank you very much, Chair. I would limit myself to the issue of lifestyle audit. Though you touched it, I don't think we have done proper justice to it. Chair, the department is referring us to the Premier's office when it's supposed to implement Scopa Resolution 7, 2021-22. So now, this, clearly, the Office of the Premier doesn't have the right mechanisms to can assist departments in terms of conducting this crucial function of auditing, more especially our SCM unit. And what we have heard from AG was that there is a recurrence. There is a recurrence. The agents identified a recurrence of weakness in your SCM unit in the previous audits. So you are saying to us you have not identified these red flags within the department. Therefore, my question would be, can you please explain to us how do you then identify these red flags? Is there a policy in place that assists you to know these red flags? And then what are you saying about the AG's observation? And then you have written to the AG, we see your annexures. We have written to the AG, the DG, that he must assist you in terms of resolving this resolution. However, we don't see the response from the DG. We don't know whether it's just malicious compliance or you don't do follow-ups, because I mean, this letter has been sent in November. Therefore, one would expect already, you knew that you are coming to this forum, and then when you are coming to this forum, you knew that this issue was going to be asked. At least if we get a response from, you do a follow-up to the DG as to whether, how far are they in terms of assisting you to overcome this particular resolution. So, Chair, I think I will stop it here.
Okay, Honorable Smith.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I'm Jacques Smaller, member of this Portfolio Committee. I want to agree with some of the sentiments of the previous members that the file is lacking evidence, and I will speak to some of that. But let me speak to one of the critical matters that you addressed that was part of your remarks, is the unwillingness by the department to work with the SIU. And in the cases where personnel, when the SIU writes or communicates, deliberately is not in office or plays that tactical game of avoiding to give evidence. You've got 11 cases before the SIU, and in some of the cases, paying 2.3 million rand for 1,000 plastic bins. 1.1 million rand from the previous disaster claims fund, where people were approached to put in funds that you're not coming forward to it. My question simply is this: MEC, if your officials are not working with or are avoiding to work with or support the SIU in the investigations, because this refers to previous documentation signed by your previous HOD, what are you doing now to hold those officials accountable? How are you enforcing your officials to work with the SIU? Because we cannot be seen not to be working with the SIU. With reference to some of the annexures A to N that you make reference to, I wanted to understand, on Annexure A, you're making reference to reporting inappropriate approaches during your bilateral HOD forums. What are those inappropriate approaches that you are reporting? What are they? Because that is the heading that you're using in Annexure, sorry, that was in Annexure B on page 3. So it's not clear what they are. With your lifestyle audits, and it's very interesting on how you frame the sentence, but it's also concerning. First of all, what is concerning is that you make reference to your date is only the 10th of November 2025. And I know that lifestyle audits is the issue that comes from within Scopa from probably the previous administration. But in bullet point number 5, you say the lifestyle audits was conducted in the response to Scopa Resolution 7 of 2122. It means, if you say it's been conducted, it means it's concluded. So, where's that report? Because it says recommended to the accounting officer to appoint an independent firm to conduct a lifestyle audit. So you've conducted it, lifestyle audit was conducted. This is your Annexes C, bullet point number 5. So where is that report? Which independent firm did you further appoint, or what necessitated you to appoint an independent firm? Because it doesn't speak to bullet point 6 for me. It says the lifestyle audit report and supporting documentation submitted to Provincial Treasury in response to Scopa resolution was not accepted. So, you've got a report, you're not accepting the report. So, Chairperson, I am going to ask that this type of report actually is being made available, because I'm trying to understand what does that report says, who signed the report, and why is it not being accepted. It's not in here, but it is an issue, taking into account you've got 11 cases before the SIU. 11 that are being investigated, some being finalized, some asking criminal procedures to be implemented, Honorable MEC. And it means that this lifestyle audit then must be connected to that issue. The irregular expenditure of 2,298, you don't want to take action against, you ask for condonement because you say you don't want to impugn double jeopardy. But from Treasury it says they recommend a criminal case to be done, to be instituted. My question will be directly, where did you lay the criminal charge? And to whom, and at which Chapter 9 institution? Where? The case tampering of the 212,598 of the different notches, or the so-called different notches that was implemented by the department. It's five officials that got the wrong notch. One person that cannot pay back because he's now on pension and he has made a plea to the department. But let me put this to you. It's not any of those 5 officials that puts on the system, this person is on notch A or B or C, or on 13 at that level. It's done within the institution. And my question would be, the name of that individual is who and where does he sit in the management that puts that is responsible for that notch, and where is the action that speaks to it, to that individual? Because regardless if you want to say the person is now on pension, I'm just concerned. Then I want to ask, where's the advertisement position of those people that speaks to the notch? The signing off of an HR process on the notch? And then the system of the date of then the person that being employed at that notch, even if you are being internally transferred to a higher notch, where is it on the timeline? Because it will speak to a system of non-accountability of looking the other way. So all of those timelines are incredibly important. The drilling of testing of boreholes and not following the right procurement process, of not following the double B, double E. Annexure A and C speaks to that was put forward to the Financial Misconducted Board. That investigation report. That A and C is not in here. You make reference to Annexure A and C, but Annexure A and C is not here. So when you're making reference to the 723,693 million rand of irregular expenditure, I'm looking for that Annexure A and C. It's not, because you speak to it. And I'll get to your page. It's your page 3 in your answers. And page 2.
A, B, and C.
You talk about A and C on that investigations report. But then it doesn't say. It says all officials of the bid evaluations committee, the bid adjudication committee, must be held accountable. And because and then you make reference of 2 people who has left the service that cannot be held accountable because they have left. But later on you speak to that there were no financial loss and therefore people must not be held accountable. But a DC process must commence. And it's worrying that I don't see that DC process, Honourable MEC, and the names of those people, because it's important to understand who are those people of that 723 million and in what positions they were holding in the office. Because I see even later on in question 4, when we'll deal with the irregular expenditure, it's nice to write the officials' names, but you don't put the designating office at which office they hold. Because when people are deliberately not following the guidelines that are set in the supply chain regulations or within Treasury regulation in those financial years, but they continue to do it later on again, and the same names starting to appear, and the sanction, or there is no sanction, or the sanction is a written warning, then I question the people who wants to hold those people accountable and those actions, because then it becomes a deliberate action of non-accountability. So Chair, I really want us to speak to some of those issues, and I'm talking about the annexures A and C specifically that was put forward to the Financial Misconducted Board. Specifically, those annexure A and C. The report that speaks to the financial that was put forward, it's at the Financial Misconducted Board, A and C, that recommends disciplinary actions against the people that serves on those committees. And that means it becomes like a chief risk officer report or a report that comes in here. The chairperson made note, read to you the I think it was Annexure N of the KPMG report. I've been trying to look for that KPMG report. Maybe you can refer me to the KPMG report, if it's in here, and the recommendations of that KPMG report, and under which annexure it is, Chair. The full report. Not just, I'm making reference to a KPMG report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable, is that a follow-up, something that came after your? Okay. And then we'll go to Honorable Scopa and Honorable Machete. Yeah.
Thank you, Chairperson. There's something very, very crucial that I forgot to ask the department concerning, the contradiction that they usually do in the department. On page 2, I asked 2 question B. Why did the executive authority fail to implement some of the House resolutions for all these years? And then the response was this. What the response from the department was, the department is saying they did not fail to implement the House resolution, whereas they are having unresolved matters. So I think there is a very serious contradiction there, because you find that there are resolutions that have been resolved and then others are not, and yet the department says they did not even fail to implement the House resolutions. So I'm going to ask the department to clarify those contradictions. Thank you very much.
Honorable Scopa.
Thanks, Chair. My name is Honorable Scopa, member of this committee. Chair, the first one is on the
But before that, we want to register that the non-implementation of one of the resolutions, it negatively impacts and affects service delivery, especially to rural farmers in our communities. Mine is with regards to the internal control that in Annex A, the department has provided an action plan. Want to check how effective would they say this action plan is, looking at the current outcome. My second one is on the lifestyle audit. That there was a resolution from 2020-2021 that said the lifestyle audit must be conducted. But then the department responds to say they are being guided by the HOD forum that was held in 2024. I want to check between 2021 until 2024, why is it that the department has not done anything regarding to that lifestyle audit? Recently I've seen a circular that has been advertised by the department. Wanted to check also whether I can see that the department is well led by women chair. Want to check what is the vacancy rate at the SMS level and in terms of gender parity as well as people with disabilities. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mateta. You still want to come again?
Chair, I think that, if I may, I think that there was just confusion with the Annexure A and C. I just want to make it easy for the department when they answer. If they go to Annexure G in their file, and members will see that, the discussion point speaks to the 723 million rand, and it speaks to the reports, and it speaks to the accountability of people that must be held accountable. And then later on you will see the comments made that people should not be held accountable. So if one report says one thing, but because I don't want to state my arguments that I make, but I think it will help the HOD to answer.
Thank you. Honorable Mateta.
No, thanks, Chair. My name is Mateta Percy. I just want to get a sense in relation to items as expressed on the life audit, particularly on the appointment of an independent firm to conduct a life audit on both management and officials. Whether, if that is the case, can we be privileged with regard to further information as relating to the state of affairs as of now? And secondly would be on the analysis as conducted by the department and the subsequent resultant part that there's nothing that was identified in the form of red flags. What informed that? Did you have the tool that you have used to arrive at that? Because I would want your answer to also speak to the risk-based approach, whether that could be that could have been used as a measure that led to the analysis as you correctly indicated, just to close the gap in that regard. And lastly, I think I would speak to the issue under irregular expenditure with reference to the acquittal of the employees as related to the directive as provided by the director supply chain, just to get a sense of what is the state of affairs with regard to this acquittal vis-a-vis the director of supply chain, how do you take us forward to get more information to understand what is at stake as we speak now on the two? Thanks very much, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, honorable members. Like I've indicated that I wanted to give members chance so that if they raise issues, and if there are issues that they have not raised, I'll come back and raise. MEC, Resolution 4 on underspending of the budget was not addressed. Resolution 5 on annual financial statement was not addressed. And my assumption was, maybe with the other resolutions, 2022, 2023, you have provided on how you have addressed. But I think the 2023, 2024 resolutions, even those who addressed, you could not just say they are addressed. How? Because you're supposed to say we've addressed resolution number 2, and this is how we've addressed it. Number 3, this is how we've addressed it. Number 4, this is how we've addressed it. And we are left with 5. And the challenges with 5, this one is this one, this one is this one. That is our expectation. But in this case, you have not said anything with regard to those you are saying you have addressed. And we have interest to know how you have those resolutions have addressed. That is a part of our mandate to trace the resolution until we are satisfied that it is sufficiently addressed. So the other thing is the issue of the 700 and where is that figure? 724,000. I think it is 724,000, honorable members. But my challenge is that you see, I have very serious problem when the national coach, Bafana, for example, selected the best of the best in football. But you find that one player is having an excuse here. Why as a scorer, why as a defender that go against us? Because our expectation, immediately we are selected from the whole of the country, our expectations become very high on you. Immediately you are hired as a manager within, or as a CFO or whatever, the top position, our expectation is very high. And we don't understand why you can misinterpret the policy. We don't understand why you can misinterpret the policy in terms of what you are saying on page 4. That is unacceptable. You can't misinterpret. We have juniors to misinterpret, and you give a guidance in that particular case. So if we can all be confused within the department, it means that we're moving in a direction that will not show where I'm going to end up with. So the other thing is that you raise on the very same matter. And I think it was raised that it will take time for the investigation, and by the time they are concluded, the responsible people are gone. Cooperative services. I have maybe we should revisit Labor Relations Act, or where is it talking about progressive discipline? I think I must go and revisit it, because once you say this is progressive, you may not even name it. We'll be saying this employee, we realized in our investigation that she lacked this skill, but she has aired And according to our findings, there must be a way we discipline him or her. But because of that contextual factor, we subject him to counseling. When we go through that statement already, we know that this is progressive discipline. But to put it here, maybe that's why I'm saying I must go and revisit the Labor Relations Act and other labor laws to say what is actually a progressive discipline. Because once you put it there, without mentioning even what is progressive about that particular discipline, then it does not serve any purpose. And these members, according to the statement that follows, they were misled. They were not given correct instructions and guidance. So the person to be charged here is the Director for Supply Chain Management, as he could not give proper guidance, or she or he gave wrong instructions. And poor employees, because you are a senior, they will just take everything. So they were misled. But the other thing that is of concern, you wrote letters to say, tell us why you can't be charged, or what the department can charge you. But we don't hear the responses of this, because it's very critical that they are able to defend. And I know and I hope in their letters or responses, they were going to mention that they were misled. So, employee relations and human resource development for disciplinary processes, but there's no indication whether after this recommendation there was any DC instituted against those members. So these statements are having a lot of gaps. They're having a lot of gaps that they're misleading us. On the issue of irregular fruitless expenditure, the 1.9, in fact, let me start with the 2.328 million. Then we understand the 425,196. But there's this amount of 1.9, which we are not clearly indicating or what is this about. As we refer to other pages, there is an indication that there is the payment that is payment for services, not payments for disputed services. That is how it's captured. But as we trace this amount in your presentation last year, it was captured as payment for services not rendered. Is it the English that we are just playing around? But I don't hear these two statements talking to one another. There are two different issues: a dispute and a service not rendered. So our appreciation was that let's be consistent in terms of presenting our statement and giving progress. So what is this all about, the 1.9 million? And now we know as a payment for services that was not rendered. But the other critical issue is that you are saying an extra age, you're seeking legal opinion, especially on the members or an employee who have retired, who was dismissed. And I think we must also be consistent when we talk about that particular employee. He was dismissed. She did not terminate. When you terminate the contract, or when you as an employee, when you terminate, is when you retire. Well, when yourself will say, no, I'm no longer part of you through whatever means. But when you are fired,
you're fired.
You are fired when you've not terminated. That's, I think you must just be considered. So this fired employee, you are asking for an opinion what must happen in legal terms. But in ordinary terms, I think we need to follow the money. And there's no, I don't think there is a necessary opinion on this one. You just have to follow the money through the agencies that we have. This issue, you said last year that it has been reported to the police. So what you should do, instead of asking for opinion, which never came, according to our records, we should go to the police to say, we've reported this case, how far are you? I think that was the step that we were supposed to do. But with the challenges that they have in terms of non-cooperation, maybe is the reason why the cases are not moving. And MEC, there are so many cases from the Department of Agriculture. I'm not sure if you are aware. We have 11 cases with the hawks.
Yeah. SIU. With the SIU too. Oh.
Can I continue if you want to make a correction? But it's the hawks with 11 cases. 4 are with the NDPP, and then the others are, the 7 are still under investigation. That is where they are trying that we can't move with these cases because we don't have cooperation. And some of those cases, even though the AG has not mentioned, because in most cases we just respond to what the AG has raised and come and account on them. But I think it's your responsibility to track each and every case, to track each and every resolution, even if the AG has not raised it in a particular financial year. So the issue of 2.3 and in particular 1.9 should also be subjected to that verification. Lastly, I think this one will be addressed in question 2. I'll be able to address it in question 2 and question 3 respectively. But in short, that is what we are raising. Or sometimes it will make it very difficult for us to trace the resolutions because at a particular stage, metamorphosis takes place, and then we are no longer able to identify that response with the previous response. So can we be consistent so that we are able to trace, make our work very easy, so that when we know that this 1.9 was paid to a service that was never rendered. When you account, you must not use a different English that maybe is intended to confuse us. Let's just be consistent because we all want what is best for the funds of the Department of Agriculture, and you and I will achieve that particular objective for the benefit of the members of the public and the society at large. Thank you very much, MEC, for noting our questions, and we'll give you a chance to respond to those questions.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, Honorable Mukwege, the honorable members, and also Team Agriculture led by our HOD and the Office of Treasury and OTP. I think with the questions as raised by the honorable members, starting from the question raised by Honorable Mukwege, I think some of them will be quantified by the officials as and when I'm trying to respond on some of the questions that has come to my disposal. I think on the issue of no-jacks that you have already alluded to say last year we reported that the department is going to negotiate on the purchasing of the land. I think we did not fold our arms on that matter since our appearance before Scopa last year. We were hard at work to make sure that we put the systems in place in terms of making sure that the issue of no-jacks is laid to rest, primarily because this is one of the important commodity which respond to the issue of industrialization, which respond to our primary production be converted into the secondary production, hence expanding the number of jobs and also contribute towards the growing of the economy. We made sure that we make a follow-up, of course, with the beneficiaries, because they are the ones who are working directly with the so-called strategic partner. We attempted on several bases, and the members of the portfolio committee. My chairperson, my apology, in most cases when I acknowledge people, I don't remember acknowledging my chairperson, Honorable Bella Scopa Mabuza. And safe to indicate that the very same matter was alluded to in the portfolio committee, and I think there was also an attempt by the very same committee to visit the area. In most cases, we did not find an access to go through the plant. Hence, there is insufficient information before us. But in terms of the attempts that we have made, some of them we have even highlighted the matter to the Treasury, and the matter is on progress to make sure that we transfer the land food steward to the beneficiaries. But in our attempt to do that, the recent report that we got from our own beneficiaries, which we have an obligation to make sure that we support them with the inputs. They were not in our favor. They did not agree with the request that we made before them, but we are still busy to make sure that we negotiate further with the beneficiaries, because our role is to make sure that we strengthen the partnership between government, business and labor. If we do have the strategic partner, we have been having the strategic partners in other areas like your Majeje, which is running the match funding, which we are running them effectively so, because we are able to get each and every information that we want. But with this one, there are some red tape there and there. But I think we will be on top of the situation at the end of the day, because our aim is to make sure that we contribute on the side of the beneficiaries to make sure that indeed, as and when they go into contract with a strategic partner, we are there to provide the technical support on a regular basis. I think with this matter, we will then request members of the Scopa to continue with the efforts that we are trying to do right now, and also to collect all the information that at the end of the day we want to see the plant running. If there are elements of corruption and whatever deficiencies that may occur, if that emanates from the forensic investigation, we'll make sure that the matter is followed up with the relevant law and enforcement agencies. And on the issue of us not cooperating to the law enforcement agencies, our SIUs and the state attorneys, in most cases we complain about the time frame that the very same law enforcement agencies are taking, and the letters are written several times to make a follow-up with them. How far are they? If the matter for them not responding to our issues was due to the non-cooperation of the officials, I'll then make a plea that the very same law enforcement agencies must also knock into the office of the executive authority, so that we know the relevant officials who do not cooperate well with the SIU. But for now, it seems like we have been cooperating with them, and the delay was on their side. But if the delay is on our side, we'll prove that matter, and we'll then request the very same law enforcement agencies to report to us, and we'll respond accordingly. So, on the issue of the lifestyle audit, as alluded to in resolution number 7, the red flags, Honorable Smale and Honorable Mukwele, that we have conducted emanates from the disclosure reports that we are conducting on an annual basis, where our officials are expected, and even ourselves, because we are members of the legislature, on a year-to-year basis, we are expected to fill in the forms as required, of course, by the Public Service Commission, to make sure that there is disclosure of interest, where we'll then be able to indicate the salary that we are earning, our assets, both movable and unmovable assets. So hence we are saying, emanating from those reports, unless on others, whereby maybe a person might found to be running a company using a certain person as a sleeping partner, that will not know. But in terms of the identity documentation that they're giving us, we are then able to tap into the system and check the authenticity of the report that they are providing to us. But if there are any other ways, of course, to detect the issue of the lifestyle audit, we stand to be advised. Hence, we requested the guidance from the OTP. It's not like we were unable to conduct the very same matter, but taken due to the decision that was taken at the level of the HOD forum, which of course I will acknowledge with the chairperson to say what is the powers of the HOD forum, because they are also implicated. I think this matter, by the fact that it is there on the decision grid, it must also find this expression in the executive committee meeting, whereby we will be able to know, all of us, all the departments, as to how best, if there is one department that is conducting that, we are open to make sure that we learn the best practice from them and will implement that effectively. So, yeah, I think it's okay. On other matters of the OSD, the responsible person who conducted the system, unlike the person who were affected in terms of the notches, I think this one, our officials will respond to that. And the one as noted by Honorable Scopa on the issue of the follow-up, that we are not making follow-up. I think I've already alluded to that matter, that the follow-up on the lifestyle audit has been made throughout the term since our appearance from Scopa. And the one mentioned by Honorable Mahasela to say there is a contradiction, I don't see contradiction in terms of the implementation of the House resolution. We have indicated that the executive authority did not fail to implement all. We have implemented them, but not all. It's not like we did not implement anything. Hence, we have responded to the ones that we have implemented and the ones that are still on in progress. On other matters, I think I'll remember them as and when the officials are responding to them, and I want to thank you so much. Thank
you.
Can I request, through you, Chairperson, that the officials must respond to some of the questions?
Okay.
Through you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Missy, Honorable Chairperson, and the members. My name is Mpoma Shamba. I'm the head of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. Honorable Chairperson, I'm not sure that it would be procedurally correct to say that the Honorable MEC has responded to all those critical questions that were asked by the members. But however, let me add on some of the questions that are posed. Honorable Chairperson, I think we need to have a common understanding on how to deal with the resolutions. Precisely on the Honorable Smiley, sorry for that, I beg your pardon. There are two reports for forensic investigation reports. That is OSD and NOJET's forensic report. You go to resolution number 8. Resolution number 8 of 2023-2024 financial year, which requests the Honorable MEC to to table the progress report on the in the House every quarter in terms of the House resolution. That also, it includes those two forensic reports that we're talking about. And the forensic reports that we're referring to, they are with the Honorable Chairperson. The reason why those reports were not shared with all the members, they do have a disclaimer. For us to be able to share those reports, we need to get an approval from Abacus and KPMG. We are aware and we appreciate your valuable inputs that you have shared with us, because some of the issues that we are raising, they are very critical for us to be able to provide more information to the committee so that the committee can be able to provide strategic guidance and leadership. On the NOJET's part, I think the Honorable MEC has already spoken to that. And that information finds expression in the very same report that I'm referring to of the NOJET's Abacus KPMG report. Honorable Chairperson, it is true we had appeared here last year, but in our resolutions, the reason why progress is not there, it is not part of the resolutions, the NOJETs, but it is generally, as a department, we are requested to report the table, the reports to the committee, which you are having, and we are more than willing to present those reports. But I think the MEC has summarized internally as a department. In terms of the irregular expenditure, we have resolved that, and based on the request that we have made that we need to provide that, how did we resolve that, that report can still be provided, including those resolutions that we had already resolved of under expenditure, because that has happened a long time ago. As the Department of Agriculture, we no longer have, in the previous 2 years, two audited years, we never had an underspending resolution as part of our package. So, but in terms of us providing information for you to be able to track from the trajectory, we can be able to provide those resolutions that has been implemented and resolved. That would include the irregular expenditure for projects. What is pending, because even consequence management has already been implemented, only one employee which is being left. If that report is being requested by the members, we can be able to provide that detailed report to you. What is only remaining, the acting PAG knows very well. We are interacting with her. As the MEC, Honorable MEC has already alluded to the fact that our outstanding issue is to transfer the NOJET's processing plant to the beneficiaries. That is in terms of Section 42 of PFMA, which we are currently engaging the beneficiaries for NOJETs to receive. And we are quite aware that the plant is not yet being operationalized. However, we have been told by the beneficiaries that they have appointed the strategic partner who had, whom they are partnering with, so that that strategic partner can be able to operationalize the plan. So my humble submission is that that detailed report can still be provided. However, it is not here, though we have made a separate report for the Honorable Chairperson to engage the Honorable members in terms of implementing the recommendations that were made by the KPMG and the Abacus investigators. That report is there. Coming back to the 1.9 million, 1.907 million of the question that was raised by the Honorable Chairperson and some of the Honorable members, that there are some a slight confusion. When you look at the fruitless expenditure, the 1.907 is a fruitless expenditure that has been incurred as a result of paying the bulk bills of the services that was not rendered. Here in our report, we did not explicitly outline what the 1.907 million is for. We just stipulated that the two officials who are affected, one has already terminated through dismissal. Thanks for that guidance. Termination, there are types of termination: dismissal, resignation. So maybe during my presentation I've indicated that through the service termination. The service termination is as a result of dismissal. We appreciate your advice that from your determination, you are advising the department that we must just have to recover the money. But the question is, how are we going to make that determination legal, that assessment? Because one was subjected for disciplinary inquiry, and the person was found guilty. There is a sanction for that effect, and one was not subjected. Hence, we had referred the matter to the works to do further investigation. And I appreciate that we need to do regular follow-ups rather than seeking for legal opinion. That is why we are having this hearing today, for you to be able to guide us wherein there is a need for an improvement. So at this point in time, it will be legally incorrect from the department to make a determination to say, you pay this much, you pay this much. Because the other one was subjected for disciplinary hearing. He was found guilty, and that is within our jurisdiction as a department. But the other one was not subjected because she has been dismissed based on another case, not even on this one. The disciplinary hearing was, the dismissal was not as a result of this very same case. Honorable Smiley, we are equally frustrated, as the Honorable MEC has already said. And from where we are sitting as a department, we are not aware that we are not cooperating with the SIU and the works. As a department, we don't have any outstanding information that has been requested by the works. The 11 cases is for the works, and we have provided all the information requested. We want to categorically register that as a department internally, we have done due diligence to those cases in reference, those which had referred to the works. We are equally frustrated, Honorable Chairperson, because our cases are taking time to be finalized, and we don't fold our hands. We are interacting with the works. However, if ever there is any other outstanding information that is required from us as a department, here we are. Let that request be made. Like the Honorable MEC has already alluded to the fact that even those employees, because some of the interactions with the investigation we may not know, although it affects our internal staff. If there is no cooperation, let us know through the Office of the Executive Authority. We'll be able to deal with that. We are unreservedly apologizing if ever there is such kind of unbecoming behavior in our department, which we are not aware of. Going to the question of the lifestyle audit, which is repeatedly coming, that as a department we seem to not be doing anything, and we put the corrective measures that are in place to identify those employees who are living beyond their means or beyond their salary. Honorable Chairperson and members, you would agree with me that a lifestyle audit is a preventative and detective governance process that is used in the public service to identify any unexplained wealth conflict of interest, corruption, any unethical conduct, and so forth. It's mainly talking to good governance and ethical behavior, in ethical conduct in the public service. If you check on the request or the question which was posed by the honourable members on special resolution lifestyle audit in 2021-2022, we were requested, or the recommendation from Scopa that the accounting officer must appoint an independent firm to conduct a lifestyle audit on both management and officials within supply chain management. That is the recommendation to the accounting office. And that is not affecting the Department of Agriculture only. It's all the provincial department. However, I don't have a jurisdiction to appoint an independent firm because I should have a budget, which is that I'm going to utilize to appoint the independent firm. That is why the decision has been taken that the OTP must spearhead the appointment of the independent firm to conduct a lifestyle audit. However, we are compelled by the Public Service Regulation as a department that we need to conduct the assessment, the risk review assessment, Honorable Machete. Hence, we are saying, as a department, there are proactive measures that we had put in place in making sure that we comply in terms of the Public Service Act regulation and Public Service Regulation 22. As a department, we have done the lifestyle review audit, and we also conducting the workshops to capacitate our fellow employees. And the only tool that we can use to do the lifestyle review is as and when all the occupational categories who are deemed to be compelled by the Public Service Regulation to disclose their financial interests. So all those qualifying categories, occupational categories who are disclosing their financial interests, that is when we do an analysis of saying Nemashamba is having this number of property, because I can't hide the properties that have been registered on my name, including the other asset, movable asset like your vehicle and the like. So we have done that analysis, Honorable Machete, and the report is there. We can be able to provide you with that report. We got a response from OTP. Is annexed? There is an additional information. Although the report is just to acknowledge the letter that we wrote to the DG, making a follow-up in terms of the progress made on the lifestyle audit. So there are quite a number of proactive measures, interventions that we have put in place. Like, for example, each and every employee is meant to sign the indemnity form that I do not have a company, and if I have a registered company, I'm not doing any business with the organ of the state. So the other remunerative work has been taken care of. So we are making them to make that undertaking all the employees. Our appointment letters has also incorporated all the elements that are supposed to be there in line with the Public Service Regulation, like, for example, the other remunerative work, any company that one has. So we have tried to put the measures in place. So we are requesting to the Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members that we request that this matter be escalated to Office of the Premier, as they had made that undertaking that they will take this responsibility upon their shoulder. But however, as a department, continuous risk lifestyle review, we'll continue doing the lifestyle review as a department. the 724,000. I agree with the recommendations made by the committee that consequence management must be implemented to the director, who has then ill-advised the state accountant by using the wrong policy in procuring this service. I fully agree. But however, just to register to the committee and for the committee to take note that the director concerned is no longer in the department. She is in another department. However, we will then look at the matter and write to that department. We appreciate your input. We also have taken note in terms of the detailed activity plan on the interventions that we are putting in place to improve our stagnant audit outcome. And we are appreciating that though we are not at the level of a clean audit, we want to present to the committee that we have just missed our clean audit with a mile by having a material misstatement, and it is really a worrisome, saddening situation to us, and we're doing everything, exhausting all the avenues to improve our weaknesses. In terms of the weaknesses within the SCM, honorable members and chairperson, I agree. Previously, if you check our audit report, you would see that from the previous years, our annual financial statement was not in compliance with the MCS. We had financial misstatements, overstatements, you can name them. But looking from 2024, 2023, 2024, there is a significant improvement in terms of the annual financial statement. Although we still have a room for improvement within the SCM weaknesses. And when we are talking about the weaknesses within the SCM that has been raised by the AGSA, it is not, maybe I need to bring it into context. It's not the element of corruption or so. It's the matter of non-compliance. If you check on those irregular expenditure that has been registered, it's a matter of just human error. Systems, internal control systems are there. But, you know, the issue of copy and paste and by colleagues wherein they don't pay attention to detail, that's where the problem is. And we are trying our level best to make some pre-audit and review on a monthly basis. We do have a committee that we have appointed to review and assess all those SCM-related transactions that has been implemented. The weaknesses is mainly on compliance and adhering to the policies and the pieces of the legislations. I've spoken to the bulk bids. What else? Yeah. Mr. Mashel, there is a question that was raised honorable member on the vacancy rate and the recruitment process, as well as the progressive discipline. Honorable chairperson has raised to say that she needs to go back and make reference to the Labor Relations Act, because in most consequence management in our report is mostly on the progressive discipline. I'll therefore give you an opportunity to talk to that. And colleagues, any other question that I have missed, I'm going to request that you address it. I will start with Dr. Mashel. Through you, Chairperson and Honorable MEC. You may proceed, Dr. Mashel.
Thank you, HOD, for your explanation. May I respond directly to the questions that were requested in terms of the I'll start with the vacancy rate of the department. My name is Kazamula Mashele, Acting Chief Director Corporate Management in the Department of Agriculture. My apologies. Directly the questions, the vacancy rate of the department currently we're at 6.3 over a norm of 10%. In terms of the numbers, the SMS, we have got 31 posts. We have got 18 male and 13 female. What you see before here, honorable member, that you see many women. Yes, it's true. It's because of the responsibilities that they are assigned for. But in actual fact, we're still short of. In terms of disabilities, you asked as well, in terms of disabilities, we've got 38 employees that are disabled in the department. It's 2.09% over the target, of 4%. The issue of progressive discipline, Honorable Chairperson, we derived that from the LRA on the Schedule 8, the Code of Dismissal. That is there, but it's explicitly explained on the Disciplinary Code and Procedures for the Public Service. There it is clear to say this is progressive discipline, this matter is serious. But I acknowledge that when you deal with progressive discipline, it sometimes graduates to a serious matter, while it could have started as a progressive discipline. And if the matter started as it has been viewed in terms of the assessment, whoever would have done the assessment in terms of the preliminary investigation or the information that would have been provided to that labor relation officer when he does the assessment in terms of the information that is given at that particular time to say this matter is serious. You see, if the matter they say they've stolen something, immediately you think it's serious matter. But if they say this person, they did not see him after lunch, immediately you think of this matter is not of that of serious in nature, but it's explicitly explained in terms of the disciplinary code that offenses that are for progressive discipline are this one, then the serious ones are this one. So in the department, we follow that code after the assessment. Thank you very much. I think these are the issues that I was supposed to respond to. And just to touch, there was an issue here that Bumuloto and Mulauzi, the matter, what could have happened, whether they went to the system in that regard. The employees themselves, they did not go to the system. What happened, these officials, they tampered with their KPIs before that particular once-off benefit. Yeah, you will recall there was a resolution with regard, I think it's resolution 3 and 5, regarding the OSD and ITCA implementation at that particular period. So they tampered with their KRA so that they are aligned to those that are supposed to benefit at that particular time. And what was needed to be done, you need to prove that that has been done. But you'll agree with me that in our report we said these people had left the determined department. Therefore, there was not that process of disciplinary inquiry with regard to these people. But that was found in terms of the report that their KPIs, somehow they were tempered. I think I tried to be direct to the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Simpo Mashamba. Thank you. On the SMS representations, As Mr. Mashele has alluded that we have got 31 SMS members. Females is translate to 41% and, 49% females and males 51%. Thank you, Honorable MEC.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think the one question which is not answered is the one raised by Honorable Mokwele. In particular, the audit opinion or finding as alluded to by the AG South Africa, in particular on program number 3, the paragraph that we found to say, Honorable Member, is not an adverse audit opinion, Honorable Mkweli. We cannot allow ourselves to get the adverse, meaning that there was no supporting document, nothing at all. The thing is that we got the we were qualified on that matter, paragraph 3, and we are working very hard because that was in terms of the misalignment of the numbers to achieve our targets, which did not tally with the national one. But the service was rendered to that effect. It's just that we have underreported and we have noticed that irregularity, and we have since amended those inefficiency in our APP. Just that although we have amended that inefficiency, it will still be regarded or recommended as a paragraph by the Auditor General. But going forward, come this financial year, Honorable Mkweli will be talking another language other than this one, because we understand the fact we were complying on the part of the DORA, Division of Revenue Act. However, we did not comply on the performance one, which is very much critical. This year, we have declared it as the year to make sure that indeed we make the local government effective and also transform our economy. And by making sure that we do that is through the performance that we are delivering to the ordinary members on the ground, because this is the core base of Senegal. The issue of performance is critically important. I want to align with you, Honorable Mkweli, that next time we need to make sure that we report accordingly in terms of program where we were qualified by the Auditor General, and also in terms of the issue of the vacancy rate, the issue of compliance with the disaggregated data. Honorable Scopa will make sure that, because for now, we are at 6.3% vacancy rate, about the 10% norm. So with the numbers as indicated here, we understand the fact that the Department of Agriculture, through its legacy, it was predominantly male. But nowadays, we've got our youngsters, we have more appetite with agriculture. They study agriculture, and we're going to make sure that with the remaining cases of 3 chief directors and the 2 directors, we make sure that indeed the issue of data disaggregation, our youth, our persons with disabilities, and it's not only on the issue of the vacancies. It cut across all the programs. I used to tell my directors that each and every program, when you give me the report, you must tell me in terms of how many jobs created in terms of data disaggregation, how many male benefited, how many youth benefited, people with disability. This is a norm. They know that in terms of reporting, I want this to become a norm, and we make sure that that matter is addressed accordingly, so with the remaining vacancies that are left. And I thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Emerson, and your team for answering questions. But I feel that you have not spoken to the issue here, the annexures, annexure G, which is referring to ABC, and the ABC is talking to something else. So we have not spoken to that, and we also not given the reasons why we don't have the acknowledgement of receipt of the intention to charge given to the employees in this regard. But as we are going to respond, MSC, in her response, the HOD said the issue of irregular expenditure, there is no corrupt elements or fraud within it. It's just an issue of mistakes. If you want to do corruption, you make a mistake by omitting a very important aspect. And the mistakes sometimes seem to be very honest. As long as you have not complied with the resolutions, firstly, in your investigation, you must prove that indeed it was a mistake or this has an element. You must always approach these issues with a suspicious mind, because if you cannot just say my people are just making mistakes, they will do mistakes, but in the during the process they know that this mistake is going to lead to this corrupt activity. So a non-compliance, the first step. When there is that issue, you must start to be suspicious, and that person is guilty until proven innocent by the investigation. So let's just not just say it's just an innocent mistake. It will be revealed by the investigation that indeed this was lack of a particular skill or information that, for example, that those employees that who was misled, that it was proved at a later stage after investigation that they were misled. So let's ensure that there is a compliance without fail, and if there are non-compliance, let's investigate to see if there were no element of fraud and corruption. The other issue that I forgot to ask, maybe, or it was an omission on my side, is the issue of house resolution. We are saying we note the correspondence in fact, you did not include the letters when you wrote to, for example, Mr. Mahob. We just see the correspondence, because it's very critical that you include everything. Mr. Mahoba's response, we must know now, what was he responding to? What were you saying? We must not just guess who you were requesting slot to present your resolutions. So it must always be, you are writing to him, and then here is his response. So that is where you are missing. Most of your important attachments are not there. And this issue, MEC, I think we will address it with the leader of governance. Because when they say you must come and report to us, we submitted to the House the resolution that will have our quarterly meetings, and it was approved. But we don't have space. Since we submitted, since that resolution was taken in the House, we don't have space. You never appeared to present that. So as much as you have a problem in the House to get space, you also have a problem with us to get space to come and give us the progress on the progress of the resolutions. So this needs a very serious intervention to say, if you don't have space there, they must create space somewhere. So, but it must be noted that this must be implemented without fail. So that one we will deal with it. Please assist us on this Annexure A and B. And the last thing is that the PT rejected or did not condone, maybe rejecting is somehow harsh, did not condone your 2.298 submission. Firstly, the PT is citing that you have not complied with the PFMA 5.6. Taking us back to say, if you are playing for Bafana Bafana, you can't come and say it did not score because you must score. That is our expectation. We need goals, or we must defend that. We must have defended that goal without complaining. When you are a director, you can't submit things that are not complying, and that is what is taking time for us, for our issues to be condoned, for our issues to be resolved, and so on and so on. And you must understand that getting a clean audit is very critical and is very important, because it shows is the first step. To me, is the first step towards achieving many of the goals that we have. But even if you can have clean audit, but these things are still not resolved, it does not make the department to reach its targets, to provide services to the people, to have all that is what it's supposed to do. So we must, as much as we are striving for a clean audit, we must also strive to ensure that we address these issues. So when you apply for condonation, ensure that, have a checklist. There's somewhere where you are indicating that you have to go checklists. So as from the CFO office, when you are applying, just say 5.6 PFMA covered, and so on and so on, so that you don't take and then they come back just like that. It is taking time, and your risk also must be able to. So these are the issues that I think you were not sufficiently covered. We are checking if there are follow-ups from the. In fact, Honorable Musibotoma, there are follow-ups. I think when you make a follow-up, you make a follow-up on the issue that you have taken. But it's fine. I'm going to give you a chance to speak. So let's start with you.
Oh, myself.
Yeah.
Just I'm making follow-up on what you just said on the youth, where our language appetite for agriculture. It's very interesting. It's very interesting, but the reality is that Renale Banaba, the graduate, quite high, unemployed. They showed an appetite for agriculture. They went to school, they're back, unemployed. Some babamba but you see what you call the assistant that are mopping the floors with those qualifications. So can maybe the MEC detail to us those plans that are in place which are going to assist those graduates in question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Small.
Yeah, thank you.
Was there another hand?
Thank you, Honourable Chair. My name is Honourable Smaller. Just with reference to the disclaimer by the HOD with reference to the forensic report and the reports that appeared before the Financial Misconduct Board. And if my understanding of the legal framework which we operate within, Section 55 of the Constitution, and previous reports submitted to this committee, those type of reports have been submitted to this. Forensic reports, SIU reports, and various other reports have been submitted to that. And the reason why it's important for this committee to have ownership, or actually ownership, because accountability, every portfolio committee holds its executive accountable. But it's this body that must make sure that financial accountability actually is being dealt with. And when I read Treasury Section 85 of the PFMA, one of the sections says, when these investigations have been dealt with, when we deal with these unwanted expenditure, irregular expenditure, and all of those, and it's been reported to the relevant Treasury, it's reported to the AG, the outcome of these hearings, meaning the reports as well, the names and the ranks of these employees involved must be then tabled. And it's important for us because when I look at you holding people accountable, I say a name. I don't see the full name, I don't see the ranks, I don't see the forensic report that speaks to it. So when I see A and C not being tabled, and it says people might be held accountable, blah, 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 all of these people. It says there's a gap. I don't know if you're doing your job, and maybe deliberately so, you don't want to hold certain people accountable for whatever range, and then it means I've got, this committee then must make very strong recommendations to the MEC on what to do. The one question that you did not answer, MEC, through to you, to the HOD, was the 2014-15 2.2, and I read Annex to D, 2.298 million rand. You sought condonement. The committee sought a legal opinion because it's about the double jeopardy. The legal opinion received is that a criminal case must be pursued as it does not meet the definition of double jeopardy. My question was to you, where did you lay the charge? Can you provide the committee with a case number in this regard? And it's, that is for me the critical part, because if you are going to go for condonement, all of this evidence must be then submitted. Otherwise, I can't see Treasury then condoning it, except if they had an eye on the legal opinion. Chairperson, I would ask that those forensic reports that we made reference to, that it will be, that you will at the end of the day give a clear guidelines on the time frame on when they will be submitted. Normally we take 7 days to be submitted, but I would ask that those reports be made available to the committee as it has been done in the past, and that is not the disclaimer of anyone, just anyone's judgment on that regard. The issue about the lifestyle review, the lifestyle audit reviews. Sorry, I'm just opening all the various apps to DPSA. When there's a suspicion of any criminal activity which deals with what we've laid, that lifestyle audit requires, then needs to be kicked off. Hence the push for the lifestyle audit. So my question will be this then, Honourable MEC, would you pursue, would you recommend then strong lifestyle audits, not across the board, but at least to those people that have been implicated in criminal activities, where we have laid either charges or where there's a clear evidence of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure that actually then took place in that, so that one prioritize those cases above general lifestyle orders, above all management. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Honourable Mabocha.
My name is Thabo Mabocha, a member of this committee. Chair, I think first thing first would be very important to put it forward that in terms of the presentation that we received from the SIU, there are no proclamations in the province that have to deal with the department. Hence, in their presentation, there is no reference with regards to the provincial departments. So, you will remember that even in their presentation, they indicated that some of the proclamations that are for the national departments, they didn't include them in their presentation. So I think we need to be able to separate the two so that even when we deal with matters, we deal with them realistically and factually. But Chair, I don't think that the issue of lifestyle audit has been dealt with properly. And you know, people are very creative these days, especially SCM practitioners. They're very creative. So we understand the compliance that you sign, that the indemnity and stuff, and then you list all the properties, whether you don't have business and stuff. But people are very creative. There are various vehicles that people can use. And therefore, to us, that's a red flag. And those are the red flags that we are expecting the department to say, look, Rena as a committee, you know these other ones. Rena will even dig deeper than that. But the impression we're getting from the department, Chair, is that one, the practitioners will be required to fill in that form, and then the department leaves it at that. And it's a problem. So, Chair, I was expecting that the department would take us into confidence and really expand on what these red flags are. One. So, the other thing is that there is these resolutions, I think there are 3 that are still pending. So they will keep on being stagnant until, and I think we're going to stay here the whole night at the pace at which things are going, because it seems like there's some duck and diving in terms of responses. But Chair, there are still 3 resolutions that have not been implemented. So if the status quo is going to prevail, the status quo is still going to prevail, then I think there's a need for us as this committee chair to help the departments so that we engage with the Premier to find a solution to this matter. Because at the look of things, this is no longer something that falls within their scope. Because from this report, you see that they've done an investigation, it was concluded, the next thing it was rejected. So the responsibility now lies with the Premier. But we can't say that the departments must fold their arms and then even though things are happening, whenever we have complied, they've signed, and then it ends there. So we are hoping that they can really expand on to what are these red flags, so that even when other departments, for our own benefit, even when other departments are to come and present to us, we know, or Lebanon department, if they are to present to us in the following years, we know that, oh, Ghana, in terms of them, the criteria that they recognize the red flags is 1, 2, 3, and 4. So I don't know, Chair. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much. Is there any other follow-up question? As maybe we're going to close this question, I'm still going to revisit Labour Relations Act in terms of contextualizing progress, especially when coming to the issue of finance. yeah, we'll go and revise them, it's fine. But you have responded. The other thing that I need to, even before I give you chance, MEC, to give the final response on the follow-up. The information management or performance, you don't disclose the information like, that's why in my remarks, I said sometimes your information is presented in a skewed way. You know, when you want to make information subject to many interpretations, there's a way we push it, you put it, just to say, okay, I thought you meant this, and you said no, yes, it is like that, or you have got also the space to say no, it was not like that, depending of which one is in your favor. That's my what I'm reading from most of the answers, especially in terms of consequence management. If we can't get consequence management right, then we are going to have a problem. Of course, the progressive discipline, there are very petty issues that the employees can do that we don't even have to dismiss. We just say, hey, you go to counseling, and then if it is occurring more than we expected, then we can take very serious. That is why you said it can elevate to. But when coming to finances, that is why I said it looks like we are tolerating too much. We are tolerating people who are making us to have the irregular expenditures by consequence management, where we say it's progressive. There's no progressive if somebody has caused the department to lose money. There's no progressive discipline about that. So the Labor Relations Act is very clear, as I'm going to refer, and I'm not saying Mr. Mashele is not correct in his presentation, but there are certain offenses that you just take action from the beginning because they are serious in nature. It becomes serious. Money is serious. So let's include evidence. There's no evidence in your farm or in your file for most of your issues that you have raised. No acknowledgement letter of receipt in terms of management. No proof that you have taken serious actions or disciplinary cases. They are still coming even in question 2 and question 3, where you have said this employee just gave return warning. What informed the return warning? You don't even say we have made an investigation. You don't say the disciplinary hearing. You just answer by saying, as if you have got a return warning somewhere stored. When a person has misconducted, you just go bring one there and you give. Because by the time you give a warning, there must be processes, and you are not talking to that. They are not there in your files. So how do we know there's evidence that this thing has happened? That is what we want. That is exactly what we want. We don't want just to get information without verifying. We are not saying that we don't trust you, but we are saying, as a matter of principle, let's have supporting documents in each and every argument that we present. So on that note, let's deal with the follow-up questions that were raised. Mine in the main was just a general observation and comment, and you can also dispute it if I'm not correct. But the issue of adverse MEC, I did not just, I listened when they were, unless if AG made a mistake to say adverse. Now I wrote it as adverse because they say it was adverse. Unless if members can say did not hear you correctly, but they said adverse, no?
Yeah.
Yes, they said adverse. Maybe it was just a mistake, but it's fine. You are able to clarify it, it was qualified. Yeah, thank you, MEC.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think with the interest of time, I'll just allow the HOD to respond to the questions, in particular as raised by Honorable Smart. And the one raised by Honorable Sotoma, that one is clearly got the plenty of safety
we encourage them not to queue for the government gazette. So we encourage them to make sure that we assist them in terms of how to catch a fish, but not to catch the fish for them. And majority of them, they've got their own farmers, and we've got the records of them if you need them. Most of them are even exposed at the level of the small scale and even the commercial farmers. They started there to acquire practical information or exposure. Hello. HOD, can you proceed with other questions?
Thank you very much, Honorable Missy, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable members for the follow-up questions. We appreciate the valuable inputs, and Honorable Chairperson, I agree with you that not all the within the SCM, the irregular expenditure is based mainly on administrative.
Remember, you must always introduce yourself.
Say your name.
My humble apologies. I'm just getting straight to the nitty-gritties. My humble apologies. Thank you, Honorable MEC, Honorable Chairperson and members. My name is Scopa. I'm the head of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. The comments that was made by the Honorable Chairperson is highly appreciated. We are fully in agreement that not all the irregular expenditure is mainly on administrative non-compliance factors. Honorable Chairperson and members, from where the department is sitting, I think we have to be applauded as a department. We are one of the departments wherein if the investigation has been conducted by our risk, fraud and corruption unit, if there is any element of criminality, we report that case during the SAPS. Hence, we have got 11 cases that are sitting with the works, which were reported by the department. Honorable Smali, on Annex D, wherein we are saying there is a letter from Treasury which says that we do not implement the recommendation from the FNB, we need to open a criminal case. What we did upon receiving that letter, we then engaged the Treasury, because before the accounting officer can open any criminal case, one needs to make an assessment and establish whether there is prima facie evidence of either any element of fraud, corruption, theft, bribery, or collusion, or any intentional maladministration and misinterpretation. Those elements are very much clear. Then we requested Treasury to assist us on that effect. What are the elements of criminality? Then Treasury they clarified that what we were referring to, your FNB report says the matter will be referred to risk and anti-fraud unit for further investigation. And the department has omitted that process, meaning that there was an oversight from our side. Instead of referring the matter to risk management to establish those elements, what we did as a department, we took the matter straight for constituency management. Hence, we had said in our report that the 2.298 million, the investigation is still underway within risk and anti-fraud until such time the investigation proved the probability of any criminal activities within the entire processes during the procurement process. Is then that the accounting officer will refer the matter to for criminal case. Is then that it can be open, be able to open the case. Honorable Smali, I fully agree with you. In terms of Section 85 of the PFMA, we are being compelled to table the report to the oversight body. In terms of tabling the report, that is on the recommendations that were made by the investigation, the outcome of the investigation. on the implementation of the recommendation. And we are saying the report has already been submitted, the investigation report. Even in our previous sitting, the reports were there. And the department is more than ready, the executive authority, to present those investigations and table them before the Scopa Oversight Committee. All those reference to the Constitution and the Section 85, we fully agree and we comply with. What I was referring to is the limitation thereof. I think this one, it will require the discretion of the chairperson based on the recommendations to make those reports available to all the members of the committee. But as a department, I think we have complied, we submitted the reports to the committee for further interrogation. Even in our previous sitting, Honorable Chairperson, we had already submitted those reports. And we are more than ready. Our Honorable MEC is ready to present, to table those reports before the Oversight Committee. The matter which was not addressed on ABC, as Honorable Smiley attached Annexure G, we are simply saying the application of Annexure G, it was a demonstration that was applied for a condemnation. And the time we had submitted the report, Honorable Smiley, hence you cannot receive the approval of the condemnation because that was before we had received the response from Treasury last week. Hence, that information is not there. But however, we do have even here, it can be duly submitted. Honorable Chairperson, we've taken note of your recommendations that our file needs to have an investigation report, the letter that we have written to individuals when we are implementing progressive discipline. And we are saying unless it is not sufficient enough, that information is there on the file. When we are doing the progressive discipline, we write to the affected employee and when the person responds, and that is included. On the lifestyle of Honorable Mahmoud, we don't have a problem in appointing the independent firm. But we are saying a decision has been taken. And as a department, we are doing due diligence in making sure that we do the determination and assessment through lifestyle review. I will request our CRO to substantiate on that in terms of the processes that we are doing. And we are saying, there was a recommendation from Honorable Sman that please do a lifestyle audit to those employees who are being implicated with criminality as we have opened the cases. I think we will look into that. We'll write to Office of the Premier and Treasury to give us funds, because it's very expensive to be appointed an independent firm. So in our budget for the current financial year, Honorable Chairperson, we did not budget for that because already a decision was taken at that level that the custodian of the appointment of the independent firm would be spearheaded by Office of the Premier. But we are not disputing that we don't want to. We are more than willing to do that. And we will then liaise with the relevant departments to provide us with the resources for us to do the lifestyle. CRO, maybe just to expatiate on the processes that we are implementing and the report Honorable Chairperson, it is made a full, detailed, comprehensive report for the lifestyle review that we will stay. And nobody is saying in the Department of Agriculture there is no corruption. Hence, I'm saying we are up to be applauded, Honorable Chairperson. If you check on our consequence management, most of the people have been dismissed, including the one that we're talking about, at the level of the senior management services. And quite a number of employees who were found to be guilty on misconduct of any element of maladministration or corruption, due diligent in making sure that we implement consequence management. That has been done. The report is there. Only, it's just that maybe on this package, we see progress. And that determination, it is being done on whether there is any material loss or there is a serious implication to that particular case. And we are saying, if the concern it is being raised by the committee that we are not doing due diligence when coming to consequence management, we are taking that home. We will take it along. All those concerns that we've raised, we'll look into it. But however, if there is one department which is best having the effective, efficient consequence management system, it's us. Because you would see that even the sanctions are not light in our consequence management processes. Thank you. CRO?
Thank you, HOD and honorable members. My name is Faith Tomboni. I'm the Chief Risk Officer. Yes, in terms of the lifestyle audit, what we did the lifestyle reviews guided by the lifestyle standard of guidance by DPSA. What we did in terms of the lifestyle reviews, we depended on the e-disclosure based on the financial disclosure that the officials have submitted. And then we'll draw, obviously, the report to check in terms of the accuracy, in terms of how did they disclose. So in terms of the red flags that we've identified in analysis report that we did, most of the officials, it was in terms of the vehicles. We find that most of the vehicles, some of the vehicles were not disclosed. And then also the properties maybe were incorrectly disclosed. And also the other issue was in terms of maybe issue of not uploading the outside remunerative work, which is mainly formerly known as AROPS. So basically what we'll do after that report, we do interviews and reviews, which is part of reviews with the officials to then submit additional information in terms of substantially, in terms of those gaps that we have identified. And then the other issues that were mostly of red flags was the active directorships in terms of the business that they have registered with CIPC. Also we'll sit and do interviews with them and check, and then also guide. Remember, in terms of the regulations, they are not allowed to do business with the state, and then we'll advise. The other part is that some of the officials will find that maybe before employment, they were registered on the CSD, but when they come to the department, you'll find that maybe they forget, they didn't do the processes of maybe removing themselves from the CSD. So we also interview them, investigate, and also advise. So mainly those were the part of the red flags that we have identified. We haven't had any higher issue that needed to be subjected to for lifestyle audit, and also to indicate that we do lifestyle investigation, especially for those ones that are indicated that we find that they're listed on the CSD. That's to check in terms of how much did they gain in terms of the conducting business with the state. And some of the investigation has been done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. MSc, the issue of adverse and qualified, you said work is done. The only challenge is that they were not recorded as per the challenges that you have indicated. So the HOD is saying Department of Agriculture and Rural Development is the best in terms of implementing consequence management. We don't dispute that, but as long as there's no evidence to that, then it becomes a problem. As long as there's no evidence in terms of the actions that you are taking and support documents in the file, then that is why we'll always be raising the issue of consequence management. We are not disputing it, but we are saying put evidence in the file to say this was a hearing, this was as a result of this observation, and that is why we have got this. There was an acknowledgement. It shows consistency in terms of dealing with the issues. But thank you for clarifying, and thank you for being the best. But let's provide evidence everywhere. So if you can provide evidence, then you have not said a lot in terms of the achievement. And I hope that you are noting that. I usually don't see you coming with your administrators, because they must be able to take these notes and remind you when they're compiling the notes to say they said 1, 2, 3, because we know that as we present, you can't note everything. You can't note everything. Even wherever I'm going, I go with Mr. Mkari and Dikelet. So that, because now I'll be debating, they will be picking this nitty-gritties and record them. So when we make a report, they will say, remember the meeting said 1, 2, 3. And which you can't record all of them because you are responding to the questions and all those things. So these are very critical issues that need to be, they're small, but they have an impact. They're small, so they need to be considered. And once you consider them, then it will be done.
Sorry to interject you.
Okay.
And thank you for giving me this opportunity. I heard the HOD saying that in terms of audit, lifestyle audit, they have got the full report. So we, as the committee, I think it will be relevant for them to give us that report that she's saying she gets. They have the full report of that lifestyle audit. So we are asking that you give that to us because it was supposed to be there in the files. So it will be fine for us if we can get that report as soon as possible. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That is why I was raising the issue of noting all the concerns that members are raising. Is to say when you are going to sit down and doing an introspection and an evaluation of the hearing, you are able to flag these issues that were raised and then they be addressed. And how are they going to be addressed, for example? We still maintain that that resolution in your quarterly meetings should be implemented. So by the end of the 4th quarter, we must have called you, we must have had a meeting with most of the department to check. And that is when the opportunity where we expect these missing reports that we are saying that should be included in the report. So that's why I'm worried that if you don't report them, then we are still going to fight when we appear monthly to say we said we want this report and that report is not there. On the report, on the 2 reports, honorable members, do you see these 2 files? I did not want to talk about them because you see these 2 files is the reports that you are talking about. The Abacus report and the other one that you're talking about. I found them here this morning. So now my belief is that we don't tick boxes. If we present a report, I have to go through it and know the recommendations. Or you also have and it will also assist us because sometimes giving members this information to go through its in short notice, as including me this morning, there was no way I was going to, I did not even open them because there was no way I was going to do justice to them. But at least yourself also must summarize or can summarize the key findings and the key recommendations. You don't have to, sometimes if you give me only one a copy, but you have summarized so that as and when we record our meeting, your points I can also be able to confirm to say, because now I was saving the file, those summarized points are indeed in that particular file. That's my advice. But to give me a 2 files, very big file in the morning, and you said you have submitted, to me that is not submission, it's just to tick. So, but it means we are taking over to the meeting, the quarterly meeting, that would have gone through this thing. You'll also have a summary of these issues and recommendations, so that when we interact with them, then members are able to be on par. Yeah, I believe we have done justice to question 1, which is on resolution. It's very critical. Usually we take a lot of time on this because it is trying to address things that must assist us to get clean audit and to go forward. So we are going to break for lunch. It is now 3 minutes to 2. I think we can have a 30 minutes lunch now. We come back 2:30. 2. Thank you, and let's enjoy our lunch. justice to question 1, and we move to question 2 on the regular expenditure. There is some changes with these resolutions. So, can I get a member who can read questions on
Question 2.
Question 2. Oh, Maringa is there. Okay.
Honorable Masita?
You want to go to question 2?
Question 2 is
Divide the questions. Page 6. Page 6. Page 6.
Yeah. Can you just read it so that Honorable can get how we approach these questions?
Oh,
I think we will confuse it with
No, I understand. No,
yeah.
I
We'll read
understand.
another question.
No, I understand. Chair, she said she will proceed.
Okay. Let's proceed. Team Agriculture. Question number 2 is at page 6. It's about stagnant in the audit outcome. The executive authority, the committee has noted that the department's audit outcome has been stagnant in an unqualified audit outcome with matters of emphasis for the eighth year. The internal control measures put in place by the department are not yielding results, hence the stagnant. So the question is, why is the department stagnant in audit outcomes? That is question number 1A. Number 2A. 2B. What specific factors or deficiencies in the department's financial management and internal controls led to the unqualified audit opinion with matters of emphasis for 8 consecutive years, resulting in a stagnant audit outcome? Number C, what is the department's detailed plan and timelines to address the matters of emphasis in order to obtain a clean audit in the upcoming financial period? Yeah, I think up to question C.
Maybe just to indicate that question 2 is on the stagnant audit outcome expenditure that are indicated. So it should be noted. And we are going to give the MC chance to talk to this audit stagnation.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, members of the Scopa, Team Agriculture, and the Department, and the Office of the Unity General, the Controller Chairperson for Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, our officials. Let me take this responsibility to uphold the
Portfolio Committee, and all role players in the hearing of today. My name is Mpoma Shamba. I'm the head of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. As alluded by the Honorable Member in terms of the question number 2, we are seeing as a department that we have been receiving unqualified audit opinion with matters for the past 8 years. And as a department, in order for us to have a clean audit opinion, the following core requirements must be fully adhered to. On bullet number 1, the financial statement must be free from material statements. There mustn't be no material misstatements on performance information. My apology on the mistake. There mustn't be no material non-compliance with the business administration. Essentially, that means that the issues which contributed to this audit opinion resulted in material misstatement in the AFS and the reported performance information due to inadequate review as outlined before. The table below depicts the financial years where the audit outcome was mainly on material misstatement and financial statement, and as well as material non-compliance or performance information. 2017-2018, the observation of the audit processes has observed non-credible financial records and non-adherence of laws, mainly on financial management. This came as a finding that we did not reconcile the balance on AFS and asset register. In 2018-2019, there was an irregular expenditure identified by AGSA resulted in material adjustment. This stemmed to the non-compliance in terms of the PFNA and the reporting framework, section 40, subsection 1A and B. In 2019 and 2020, the non-credible financial record was as a result of misclassification of transfer resulted in material adjustment. Same non-compliance in terms of the pieces of administrations. In 2020-2021, non-credible financial records due to incorrect application of the standards, which resulted in material adjustment. In 2021-2022, the non-credible financial records was as a result of incorrect interpretation of MSC resulted in material adjustment between related party and the principal agent. In 2022-2023 financial year, the non-adherence of loss and non-credible financial record was as a result of incorrect calculation of the retention values resulted in material adjustment on capital commitments. 2023-2024, a significant improvement on the financial management, but however, there was non-credible performance reporting aligned with the departmental objectives and non-adherence of laws. This is as a result of material mistakenly achievements and non-reliability of performance information. We have not complied in terms of the DORA Act, Section 12, and Treasury Regulation 16A 7.7 on asset disposal. 2024-2025, non-credible performance reporting and non-adherence to law as a result of material misstatements which were identified during the performance information reporting. Number B, we are expected to outline the specific factors or deficiencies that has led the department to have financial management and internal control, which has led to unqualified opinion with matters of emphasis in those periods. Honorable Chairperson, I had already alluded to the factors that has contributed to this audit opinion. In 2017-2018, to be precise, our asset register was not balancing and was not consistent with the disclosed amount on the annual financial statement. 2018-2019, that's when we had identified the irregular expenditure amounting to 57.1 million, which has resulted in an adequate review of the financial statement. In 2019-2020 financial year, this was due to the misclassification of the transfers and subsidies on the AFS note. Instead of disclosing as a capital, we have disclosed the transfers and subsidies as goods and services. That resulted into the misclassification occurred at the time the department had to make an adjustment to correct the prior period error. In 2020-2021, our asset management was disclosed as value adjustment instead of prior period figure as the projects were completed in 2019-2020. 2021-2022 financial year, an amount was erroneously disclosed under the related party note instead of under the principal agent note. That resulted in the financial statement containing material misstatement, as we had failed to implement the requirement of the framework. In 2022-2023 financial year, we included the capital commitment schedule of the contract that does not agree as per the actual contract, which resulted into an overstatement of commitments. Furthermore, the department disclosed the retention as a portion of the total contract amount or as a percentage of the total contract amount, even for the contracts that were still on WIP, still going on progress and not fully paid by the end of the 2022-2023 financial year. In 2023-2024, we had improved from financial statement or AFS, then the challenge was within the performance AOPO. The outcome of the predetermined objective for scoped in programs regressed in the current year with material misstatements on pertaining the reliability of performance information. That was precisely contributed by the performance program which were funded by CASP, Ilimalechima, which were not evaluated as the department did not submit the annual report as required in terms of section 12, subsection 5 of the DORA Act. Some of the quotations were awarded to bidders based on preference points that were not allocated in accordance with the requirements of the Preferential Performance Policy Framework Act of 5 of 2000 as alluded in the first question. The department did not determine if any state institution involved in education training required computer equipment before the disposal of such equipment as required by Treasury Regulation 1687.7. It's a matter of non-compliance here, as this was not realized. In 2024-2025, we had a material misstatements on non-compliance, which were identified in the performance information for Program 3, which is the Agricultural Producer Support and Development Program. C, we are expected to provide the detailed plan and timelines to address the matters of emphasis in order to obtain a clean audit in the upcoming financial period. As a department, our introductory statement is that in order for us to move from stagnant and qualified audit outcome to a clean audit, this must start from the planning process. And we had already implemented those interventions because our planning process took into cognizance of a risk-based approach. We also take into cognizance of our planning process to be evidence-driven, fully aligned to the budgetary processes. SCM and ensure full accountability of all activities and preventative measures through strengthened internal control mechanisms. A clean audit is achieved at the planning stage, not during the audit process. This statement has been well articulated and all our employees are aware of that. The detailed plan on performance information. Honorable Chairperson, we want the House, the hearing to take note that we have already put these measures in place. We had already implemented these measures that I'm going to take you through. From the planning process, we had reviewed our farmer database register or the producer listing. Each district had compiled a comprehensive and verified list of producers per approved performance indicator with specific emphasis indicators 3.1.1 and 3.1.2 in terms of all relevant commodity indicators. As planning information has already been submitted, districts are expected to take this information into consideration and use it as the primary basis for implementation. The listing will serve as the definite source from which producers to be supported will be selected, thereby ensuring alignment between planning, implementation, and reporting, and preventing inconsistencies in performance information. During the compilation and the utilization of the producer list, district must ensure that producers' names are recorded explicitly as they appear on official identification documents, and that the valid South African ID numbers are captured accurately and they are not duplicated. This is critical for verification, for audit purposes, and compliance with the reporting standards. We have developed a standardized template which will be to ensure uniformity across the districts, and no deviations from the approved templates will be permitted unless formally authorized. We had also requested the legislature to retable our APP, which we did, wherein we were separating the tangible and non-tangible indicators, which is with effect from the third quarter. This deliberate intervention by the department has been implemented to strengthen the provision of agricultural advisory services to all producers, irrespective of their annual turnover, scale of operation, or producer classification. The non-tangible support, particularly under indicator 3.1.12, which is a new indicator, it is intended to ensure that every producer has equitable access to on-farm agricultural advice, knowledge transfer, and technique guidance, without being subjected to eligibility threshold that normally apply to tangible support interventions. Honorable Chairperson and members, this is mainly for technical indicator description, which was not conducive to our environment. As you know that we are most commoner. We are supporting our subsistence farmers at the rural areas, and some of the requirements, because of the level of their capacity, they may not be able to meet those standards in terms of the technical indicator description. We had also resorted to manual reporting. The transition to manual reporting, it was an executive management decision, which is a deliberate and risk mitigation measure aimed at addressing the material weaknesses as identified by the AGSA, wherein there was some discrepancies in terms of our information not being accurate, not being validated, and also not meeting the standard of completeness of performance information. The decision recognizes that while the electronic system survey 123 remains an important data capture Its current configuration and control environment do not yet fully prevent errors such as duplicates, reporting misclassification of producers, incomplete identity information, and misalignment with technical indicator description. Chairperson, the manual reporting therefore provides a control interim mechanisms that enables us, the district and program management, to apply human verification, enforce strict compliance with means of verification, standardized categorization of producers, and ensure that quarterly performance information is fully supported, traceable, and auditable. This approach will strengthen our internal controls. It will also improve the accountability across all levels of responsibility in line with the PFMA section 45. From the capturer, who is the agricultural advisor, going towards the line of command. And this will significantly reduces the risk of material misstatement in performance reporting. At the same time, as a department, we are acknowledging that electronic reporting systems are indispensable in the sanctuary of efficiency in the fourth industrial revolution, the data integration, real-time monitoring, transparency, and long-term institutional memory. The continued use of Survey 123 alongside manual reporting ensures that data is still captured digitally, archived, and progressively refined, while allowing the system to be improved and aligned with the APP indicators, TIDs, which is the technical indicator description and audit requirement. The manual process does not replace the electronic system, but rather stabilizes performance reporting while the system capacity is being improved or enhanced, including incorporating the system that will be able to detect duplication, prevention, automated validations, and indicator-specific reporting. This phased approach ensures that once fully optimized, the electronic system will operate within a strengthened control environment, capable of producing reliable performance information without exposing the department to material audit risks. We had also improved on our monitoring and evaluation system. We are having regular meetings, quarterly, bilateral in terms of quarterly verification, enhance the communication between the monitoring and evaluation unit and the district coordinators, and we are making sure that there is a proper quality assurance by the MNE, the spreadsheets are being reconciled with the monthly and quarterly. On the annual financial statement, Honorable Chairperson and members, in order for the department to address the misstatement, a checklist has been developed in 2022-2023 to test all disclosure notes as per application of the standards in line with the NCS. We are no longer having a problem in terms of the retentions amount. We had aligned the preferential procurement regulation of 2022. It is now being in use. We are having mandatory submission calendar developed and is monitored on monthly basis. We are doing regular quality assurance on AFS by both the supervisors, and there is a review committee that has been established, and no disclosure will be accepted if not signed by the responsible directors to promote accountability. Continuous capacity training session for SCM and internal control and compliance officials on compliance is conducted on a regular basis. We are continuously having capacity training session as and when there are new updates in terms of the Treasury Instruction Note or any other policy from Provincial Treasury. We have developed the internal control framework, which we did not have before, and it has been incorporated into the departmental action plan. Honorable Chairperson and members, the above strategy has already been implemented by the end of the second quarter in 2024-2025 financial year. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And we're going to open for questions from honorable members. But I just want to start by asking some few questions just to get clarity. In terms of your presentation, you are consistently indicating that issues that contribute to the audit opinion is the material risk statement. For all the years, the reason why you get that, why there are material statements is because there's no understanding of the requirements of the framework. And the other thing is the adequate review of the financial statements, which it is a challenge, and these things are easy to have. Because once you are aware that your workforce have a challenge in terms of policy, you have to pay them. It can be for 3-4 financial years where you work on the same program, and you believe that you've addressed it because the 2023-2024 does not have that finding. But it means that you must also strengthen it because it has been a problem for many years. So for the 2023-2024 not to have such challenges, and having that challenge for a very long time, it means it may recur if you are not careful. So you must go and strengthen your internal controls. But the other issue that worries me is the issue here, the manual reporting, vis-a-vis electronic reporting. So if you are not able to manage that interaction well, it might come up with worse outcomes. Because you must be able to manage the integration of the two systems and gradually move towards the workforce acquiring necessary skills to operate because sometimes it might not necessarily be the system itself, it might be those who are operating who are problems. So you must be able to identify such deficiencies on time. And I'm still having a challenge in terms of evidence. You're talking about the checklist, you're talking about all this internal control framework, but they're not there. This is lack of evidence, and we want those attachments so that it also gives us a clear picture on what we're going to do moving forward to address these issues of stagnation. And I have questions that will maybe assist you or assist all of us to understand how we can be able to improve on the audit outcome, because that is very critical. And then we said we must strengthen your audit, your internal controls. Compliance is a challenge throughout, and that is a problem. So my questions will be, how often are the accounting records reviewed, and at what level? How often are you reviewing your accounts? Does the department produce interim financial reports? If you do, when and who review those financial statements? Have any concerns been raised recently? And how are you addressing them? Because there was a question earlier, I remember by Honorable Scopa saying, are you reviewing your financial statement? How often are you doing that, and who is doing that? And then if they are doing that, what common issues are they raising? And how are you able to address those issues? And then the other thing, even external audit had previously been raised. Like we indicated this morning that you have about 4 findings that are repeating. On the quality of the financial statement, how are those matters being addressed in preparation for the interim report? Because when you prepare for the 2025-2026, you have to take into consideration the issues that were raised so that you don't have to repeat challenges. And lastly, when does the preparation of the financial reports or statements commence? And when is the first draft submitted to the for review to the CFO? So those are my questions on, and I think if they are sufficiently addressed, we can be sure that indeed we are moving towards a clean audit, because we address the core issues that are driving us or making us to remain stagnant. So I'm going to check with other members if they have questions on the stagnation. But I also believe that when we were dealing with the issue of question 1, here and there, they were addressed.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then we start.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, thank you, Chair. When I evaluate the non-material non-compliance with legislation, and I go to your column of compliance with laws and regulations and findings, and some of the issues that I would think that either they maybe not included because they're just too many, but one of the issues that came up in one of your findings was, let's call it the inability for you to monitor your Diners Club or your credit cards or your carding system. And in 2005, there's a government notice 255 that actually deals with that. If you read section 76 of the National of Treasury regulations, or Treasury that puts those guidelines in, then just most recently in 2019-2020, you had circular number 2 that talks to the reporting on the 14-day cycle vis-a-vis the 30-day cycle, if I can refresh your mind on that. And hence it speaks to what we have seen into the evidence that you brought into the file, where service providers subsequently took funds for, let's call it, debtors not being paid or creditors not being paid. So they overcharged or overbilled or stuff. And what I don't understand is that, in layman terms, if I hand in a card, I sign for it. So I sign for the payment. So it's strange that it takes that long, that you can't pick it up and that cycle either to let's call it revert or that transaction, or then to hold the service provider then accountable for an action which they were not supposed to do. In saying that, if I look at the compliance and let's call it training sessions, because this is I'm going to refresh my officials on the following bylaws and regulations. Why is that not included into your system? Why is that not included into your compliance register of trying to improve your audit opinion? Because if people are not going to be refreshed on the latest, call it treasury notes that might come, you might find themselves wanting at the end of the day in an audit opinion. So where would you address that? Am I missing that point of being updated with that? Because I can see section 41, I know what section 40 means, but that's what the accounting officer actually should be and should be not be doing. But I'm just talking about those things, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Matete.
Once again, as Machete, first member of this committee, the Director General directs that the department must ensure that they deal with issues that are referred to as to meet 3 core requirements in order to realize clean audit. So I just want to check as to how far are you dealing with this as a directive from the Auditor General. The second question would be to are there measures in place to deal with inadequate review? Those are the two questions that I have. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Once again, I'm Wesley Maringa. Chair, I want to ask the department, MEC, I've looked at what is tabulated there for 2017, 18, 19, 20, all those years in that pattern. Typical example, I want to ask a simple question. 2017, 2018, it says the register balance was not consistent with the disclosed amount of annual financial statements. So once there's inconsistencies in terms of records, it means there's a departmental official who's responsible for that. The question will be, what measures are we taking upon the office bearer who's committing all these errors? And we have taken other actions. What has been the ultimate decision in terms of how we manage them and their weaknesses in that space? It accounts for all of them. If we go down, for instance, the other one is about misclassification. You know, there's an individual name. If you look at all these errors that exist here, it may not be the same individual, could be two of them or three of them. And the biggest question will be, what are we doing in terms of the consequence management? We can't be spending billions in the same state and be stagnant in terms of audit opinion on the basis of the conduct of officials of the department. And once again, what have we done upon these people? And what is the outcomes of the consequence management which we have put in place in order to resolve some of these challenges? The other component I want to ask about is this one that relates to the use of the credit card. You see, if an official has got a credit card in his possession, and we see an outlet which the department is owing or has got a debt, he's supposed to transact for a certain amount of money. But because there's a bill there that exists, in the process of payments, this official of the department pays also for the bill that exists in that space. Now the question is, what amount of authority do we attach to an individual who's got access to that credit card? And where Maringa spends beyond what he's supposed to spend, I don't think the service provider, for instance, in this case, will take more than I'm supposed to pay and not put me into a space where I must sign for it. Now, how are we dealing with this? What measures do we put in place in order to curb this kind of unnecessary expenditures? It could be correct because you are paying a bill, but that credit card for that moment is not for you to go to an outlet and pay for a bill that exists of the department prior to what they're supposed to take care of. The last question I want to ask the department here is, how often do we take our team for refresher training? That could be the most appropriate way. If you look at all these reports, Honorable Chair, all these weaknesses, they account for two things. It's either lack of capacity on the people who are holding specific responsibilities. Two, it can be a result of a deliberate conduct on the part of the employee. So I just want to check, does the department often take our people to a refresher training of some sort so that they can comply properly with the audit processes? That is what I wanted to ask. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Maringa. Before I give the MEC chance to respond, I just want to present the following apologies. We have an apology to be refused from Honorable Small. Also, I hope the East car somewhere and walk through the march to reach his house. It's from where there are these challenges. So he requested to go and deal with other issues to fix that. And we also have the apology of Honorable Scopa and Honorable Mantasam Hasela. They are going to, at 4, I think they're going to attend to organizational responsibilities. But to be on record, I've checked and still be corrected as a committee. Some of this are beyond our control. And Honorable Maringa, You asked to be recused and maybe some of these things. That question, the second question that you asked is not even part of question 2, and it was responded to in question 1. I know that you have noted it as a question, but it was responded in question 1, which we will not go to back to it, but it was responded and we review on the response.
Chair, with all due respect, I was asking issues of question 2. I just want to make sure I'm aligned. Even if there's been responded before, if you can just put me through that, unless I'm asking questions that belongs to question 1. Safe to say they've been responded to, but I just want you to confirm that in any event, it's not like I'm way out of line. I'm still on question 2.
Which page? Page 8. Okay.
I just needed you to confirm that in any event, the issues I've raised are properly located on question 2. It's just that they've been responded to in question 1. And at that time, I was in another meeting. I don't want that confirmation. Otherwise, it will not be proper for me to be way out of line. It's not in my character.
Thank you and my apologies, but indeed the reason why I maybe I jumped to say it was in question 1 because it was responded to in question 1. I think if they can give me maybe a place, I think sometimes we raise issues but you find that it's one angle that was not explored. You can still somebody deal with that. Those are the questions from the members.
Thank you so much. My name is Honorable Kekana, MEC for Department of Agriculture. I'm going to request the HOD to respond to the questions.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC, Honorable members. My name is Scopa. I'm the head of Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. On the questions that have been raised, I think Honorable Machete wanted to know on whether how far are we in terms of implementing these measures, and Honorable Mkweli, our chairperson. The CFO is going to take us through in terms of the internal control mechanisms that we're putting in place to review our AFS. We are reviewing the AFS through disclosure note quarterly. And in terms of the training interventions, incapacitating the system users, we are taking note of your valuable input, Honorable Smali. We will then look into that. But however, refresher courses in terms of sensitizing our state accountant and everybody who is supposed to execute and manage the financial transactions, it is being done. Honorable Mkweli, I fully agree that the supporting documents are not here in terms of the evidence, but we will, as agreed initially, we will make sure that all the supporting documents are there. CFO, can you respond to the other questions that have been raised? Maybe before you respond, the diners club, Honorable Mkweli, it is in question 4B. Is it 4B? Yes, we'll then respond to that adequately when we approach that question, unless if you want us to deal with that.
It was about the policy. No, I was just referring to the policy too. That was important.
I think CFO can address that. CFO?
Good afternoon. My name is Marian Katingi, CFO for the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. In terms of ensuring that our financial statements are free from material misstatements, on a quarterly basis, we are required to submit financial statements. So we review that. But before quarterly, on a monthly basis, we monitor the general ledger through management of the suspense account to ensure that there are no strange transactions in our suspense account. or we can account for every transaction on a suspense account. So when there's an exception on that, we report on that and we submit that report on a monthly basis to Provincial Treasury for them to monitor that. And we have not really had exceptions raised by Provincial Treasury in the last 2 years. On managing suspense accounts, there's a guideline that there are accounts that must be zero at month end and those that must be zero at year end. And that we have been able to comply with. On the management of the expenditure reports, that's when we identify misallocations. I think on the one that Honorable Smale is looking for is on reconciliation of key accounts. We've got a contractual obligations account that we must pay on a monthly basis. We do reconciliations on that to ensure that the amount charged is as per the contract. That is monitored on a monthly basis. And that is also managed through expenditure reviews that we have on a monthly basis. In that manner, then we are able to identify any misallocations, because even the program managers sign off the IYMs for their programs, the early in-year monitoring reports, to ensure everything in their program, they are aware of that. Where they are not aware, then we are able to clear that expenditure. And that, I think, let me talk to the Diners Club, because I think by the time we get there, you would have gone, and that is what you have raised. On the issue of the Diners Club is, Provincial Treasury entered into a contract with the TMC, where we participated as departments. And Department of Agriculture was one of the participants on the TMC contract. And we were allocated Rakoma Travels as our service provider. In terms of the transversal contract, the department had a prerogative to develop their own travel system policy or adopt the transversal policy, which is what the Department of Agriculture did. That meant we need to follow through on all the prescripts that follow on that contract. The standard operating procedure was developed by Provincial Treasury. As the participant department, we signed an deed of adherence to the SOPs, which is what we exercised. And in that contract, there were obligations for the three parties, which is Provincial Treasury, the TMC, and the department. I think in the third month of the contract, Provincial Treasury arranged a credit card for the TMC to relieve them on the financial burden. So this credit card was hosted by the TMC, not the department. We were, however, given access to the account to monitor expenditures that are there. And we were on a monthly basis reporting to Treasury and the TMC of any challenges that we have. We had a challenge of the TMC not regularly submitting records to us. So we resorted as a department to do reconciliation of all the orders that we have issued to the TMC for the services. And by that time, there was an arrangement that we are no longer paying to the TMC. We are only paying direct to Diners Club. As I have said, we were not hosting the credit card. So arrangements were made between the TMC and the service providers. However, it was a requirement for us that when the TMC submit any requisition to us, they must have attached quotations of what they have sourced. That happened in the first few months of the contract because they were supposed to comply to the supply chain policies of the department, consequently those that are issued by provincial treasury. Because we did not develop our own process, we adopted that. Throughout, I think where the department erred was in the reconciliation, because we did not have sufficient, we resorted to reconciling orders that we have issued. I can confirm here, of the 700 transactions that we've done with Diners Club, the department did not pay any invoice that the service was not received. The department did not pay any invoice that had interest on it. However, when Treasury came to the department to monitor the use of the Diners Club, they identified challenges, and we were unable to resolve those challenges due to non-cooperation of the service provider. Then Treasury exempted us from using Diners Club. Then we reverted to the normal SCM process of acquiring services. At that time, the balance on our account was 555 to be precise. So then we settled one invoice that we had in our possession. It was about 480 something. Then we were left with a balance of, I think it was 147. But that we could not get any invoice from the TMC to settle that account. And we were no longer using the card. Then we stopped even using Diners Club. But unfortunately, because of that unreconciled balance of 504, we incurred interest on that. When we incurred interest on that, I think that was in February when we stopped using it. Then because the contract was between Provincial Treasury and Diners Club, then Treasury gave us an instruction to say, let's close this account because it's just incurring charges. At the time that we received the instruction to pay, I think it was at 160,000. We paid that amount to ensure we don't further get more charges on that account. And in that very year, on the 23-24, we disclosed that amount without Treasury instructing us to do that. Because at that time, we didn't know what that money was for. We disclosed it under assessment. On the financial statement of 23-24, it was disclosed as such, a transaction under assessment. That's when you are not sure what this transaction entails. 23-24, that was 23-24. Then 22-23, that's when we disclosed it as such. 23-24, because we paid it in August, I remember. Then we did our own reconciliation now. Then we drew the statements, only to find that amount. I think in September 2022, we earned interest of 89,000. And the other interest, the difference between 130 and 80,000, was earned post the use of the card. I think that's when Treasury intervened to say, pay and do a reconciliation. And that very same year, that is when Treasury commissioned an investigation into the possible use of this card. The investigation confirmed that of the 160, it was 130, and that we were able to reconcile. Then we disclosed it. It now moved to confirmed wasteful and fruitless expenditure. We don't have the investigation report yet, but we could confirm because we know interest is deemed fruitless and that. Then in 24, 25, the investigation was commissioned, and Open Water was appointed by Provincial Treasury to do that. Then they did the investigation. They could confirm it's true what we have identified as wasteful. We confirmed it. They also confirmed it. And we could, I think in the file, we have attached the months that we were charged interest. Then the investigation further revealed that, I think on the report of the investigation, because that would have been deemed, how was it not possible for us to identify that? We had identified it, but there was no documents coming through from the TMC. So reconciliation was not, let me say, complete or credible due to unavailability of information from the TMC. An unreconciled dispute were identified and escalated to provincial treasurer. I think that's when they exempted us from using the card to accept that we are unable to resolve things. However, in terms of the SOP, we were expected to have regular meetings with the TMC, which we had. The only error that we did, when we were escalating challenges to provincial treasury, we were using emails that we attached, but not following the template as was defined. But that investigation further identified that I don't know what was the arrangement between the TMC and the establishments that we were using. Because then they picked up that the service providers were even swiping expenditures that was incurred by the TMC before the use of the credit card. So it means the TMC was still owing them, but then they swiped those. And those were clearly identified in the investigation report. So that's where we are. And the recommendation of the investigation, so the department was deemed wrong by accepting orders from the TMC without 3 quotations. But we were also guarding against not paying within 30 days. Hence, we ensure that if the one who used the service is able to certify that they have received these services. Hence, we do not have invoices where we paid and the service was not received. So, the TMC went to that. So, at this point, the recommendation of that was, we need to check the practicality of charging officials who were responsible for reconciliations. But the report clearly states, due to inability and failure by RACOMA to provide supporting documents, transaction process were not easily reconciled, but we were reconciling the orders that we issued. So now, as finance, as the head of finance, I have referred the report to labor relations to help me with the assessment to check accountability of what actually transpired. So the interest earned was not on unpaid invoices. It was post the stopping off using the card, and RACOMA was not able to provide us with the invoices. So that is where we add of keeping the law, of also escalating challenges to Treasury, not using the template in the SOP. So we're deemed not to have complied with the SOP. This is where the challenge of. So as the department, we do not have any credit card on all our transactions. Oh, okay, the credit card that we have is for the GG vehicles. So that we are managing and we are reconciling. We don't have any discrepancy we have identified. We've also have an issue where we have identified discrepancies because reconciliation is done on a monthly basis. So in terms of managing the general ledger, we do not have a challenge currently. I think is evidenced by the progress we have made in the last 2 financial years that we have not had material misstatements in our financials. We are striving and doing that, and also I think in terms of fraud, monitoring of suspense accounts on a regular basis, and I think Treasury can confirm that. We submit that and we get feedback from them on the monthly basis on what we cannot restore. So as the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, we don't have a challenge of managing credit cards. I think I have cleared on that one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think they also covered Honorable Marianne. And this detailed explanation covered question 4B. I believe when we come to that question, we'll just pass it because it has been presented in if we can avoid. So, yeah. So can we say we have dealt with question 2 and we go to question 3 on irregular expenditure? Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Chair. We'll take you through question 3 on irregular expenditure. The Direction Authority on page 195 on the annual report. The Department of Agriculture recorded an irregular expenditure, closing balance of 79 million for the year 2024-2025 financial year, which was reduced from 143 million in the 2023-2024 financial year. A, why did the accounting officer not investigate the irregular expenditure of 79 million? B, why did the accounting officer incur the irregular expenditure of 1.3 million in 2024-2025 financial year? C, why did the accounting officer fail to take appropriate steps to prevent such expenditure? Option D provides a breakdown of the irregular expenditure of the 79 million. E, who are the responsible officials? F, what action did the accounting officer take against the officials that are responsible? What measures does the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of the anomaly? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Anissa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, the honorable members and the Department of Agriculture. I want to take this opportunity to call the HOD to respond to the questions.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Let me say, honorable members, thank you for the question. My name is Mpoma Shamba. I'm the head of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. The question 3A, which talks to the irregular expenditure of 79,907 million. This investigation for this irregular expenditure is in relation to 3 cases amounting to, we are correcting the 79,907. This is amount to 78,547 million. We are going to provide the progress as at the end of the previous financial year. 1. The irregular expenditure amounting to 1.357 million was identified by the AGSA during the 2024-2025 financial year, and the investigation had commenced after the audit has already been concluded. All cases have been investigated and completed, and an irregular expenditure amounting to 75,526 million has since been condoned by the Provincial Treasury, referred to the Annexure J, which resulted into an outstanding of the irregular expenditure balance standing at 4.378 million. Question number 2, the accounting officer has incurred a regular expenditure of 1,357,000 as a result of findings as identified by AGSA, which translates to this breakdown. A quotation amounting to 499,503, which is above 30,000 for ACDB 2/2494, which was for conference package of 250 delegates while attending the extension and advisory conference on 20 to 21 February, was approved by the Director, Supply Chain Management and Asset, instead of being subjected for the sub-bid adjudication committee. The terms of reference for LDART S204/2425 at Skokuni district, which was a procurement of the borehole and fence installation at Muemi farming project amounting to 807,788.54. Submitted for audit did not specify the minimum total threshold value required to qualify as a functional bidder on the advert. However, during the bid evaluation, reflects that the quotation were assessed based on functionality, although the functionality was not part of the criteria, the minimum requirement on the bid, with a minimum threshold of 50 points was applied. Roman figure 3, the owner of Magic Automation, Mr. Mamurovela, was requested to quote for the department and quote for the supply and delivery of hardware materials before his employment with the Department of Public Works was confirmed. At the time, he was awarded the bid amounting to 23,024. He was employed by the Department of Public Works, and this did not bring it to the, he did not bring this to the attention of the department. As we proceed with the breakdown of the regular expenditure of 1.3 million, during the audit it was identified that the supplier Rodnet Construction and Trading did not submit their SBD4 form when when awarded the bid for catering amounting to 27,250. Furthermore, the owner, Mr. Chipise RR, was an employee of another state institution, Department of Transport and Community Safety. And we want to clarify as we respond that Mr. Chipise RR for Rodnet Construction is not an employee, a permanent employee as stipulated on the state. The investigation was done. But however, he was then receiving the stipends or an allowance for rendering the community voluntary services at the Department of Transport and Community Safety in Limpopo. Question number D. Oh, sorry, C. My sincere apology. Why did the accounting officer fail to take appropriate steps to prevent such expenditure? The following reasons contributed to non-prevention of or taking steps to prevent such expenditure. The non-alignment of the transversal SOP and the departmental financial delegation during 2024-2025 and other supply chain prescripts. The department did not comply. The members of the BSC criteria differed with the TOR, which they had omitted or specified the terms of reference. The SCM officials did not attach the SBD4 form. A supplier did not declare that they are in the employment of the state. We are expected in the question number D to provide a breakdown of the irregular expenditure, which amount to 79,907 million. The breakdown as stipulated, Honorable Chairperson, it is for the 79,907 million. Can I proceed? Because it's clear. Thank you. The responsible officials is it as captured. And question number F. Why the accounting officer did not take actions on the officials. A determination test to examine and analyze particulars of confirmed amount to establish facts related to the expenditure was conducted by internal control and compliance in terms of section 4.18 of the Compliance and Reporting Framework of 2022, and the investigation report were presented to the Financial Misconduct Board on the 11th of December 2025. Two cases, which the recommendations that the two cases were supposed to be referred to disciplinary processes and one to be referred to risk management for further investigation. During the time of the submission of this report, we were still awaiting for the chairperson's report. We want to confirm and update the hearing proceedings that we had since received the chairperson report last week, and we are in possession of that report. The measures that the accounting officer took in place to prevent the recurrence of the anomaly: we are strengthening compliance as stipulated, that we are doing continuous awareness by the risk management and verification of awarded supply. And during the appointment letters of our newly appointed employees, we have incorporated compliance in terms of ORW, that is other remunerative work, and all employees are signing indemnity form. And Honorable Chairperson, with your permission, all these measures that were put in place, we had already reported in our previous questions. If it is permissible, I will stop here. And I thank you, Honorable Chairperson and members.
Thank you, MC, for that presentation on the irregular expenditure, Mr. Sandre. And like you have indicated, that most of the issues have been addressed. You know, and I'm sure you are now realizing that implementation of resolution addresses everything. Because if you have done better in the implementation and of the resolution, here we are not going to have issues. So please note that we must take it very, very, very serious. Okay. Are there questions on question? Honorable Antita Mahasana.
Thank you, Chair, for affording me this opportunity, and I would like to thank the team agriculture for giving us, the right presentation. But I've got just a little suggestion, Honorable Chairperson, that many questions have been done, more question number 1, maybe number 2. So if our HOD or our MEC, Honorable MEC, can just summarize. So where she can see that already these things have been done, if she can just summarize and then she talk to the issues straight to the point. That's my suggestion. Thank you.
Okay. So that by the time we go, we are done with everything.
We don't want to miss anything.
No, it's fine. Like I've indicated, question 4B is done.
Yeah, it's done.
So this is the approach, but we don't want to compromise the quality of the presentation. But indeed, when you look at this has been addressed, you can just indicate that this has been addressed by the resolution of the other question. There's no change. So let's go to question 4. Okay. And question 3.
Yeah, I may have missed something. The department will have to tell me and everyone here if I'm taking it back. Chair, I want us to, much as a lot of things have been covered of question 1, I don't want to hold this meeting in our but I have a discomfort, or maybe I missed something about the case of the Mamrore. I only have one question. The report says public works, employment of Mamrore. Now I want to check which department was appointing him. Is it the same department or is it a different department? Only that part is quite very important, because if it's 2 different departments, it's something else. And it also sends a strong messages to how do we put our systems, because we are learning to have this type of recurrence of issues. But if the departments are also not the same, public works is the employer this time, agriculture was the one that afforded the contract. In fact, you see what is my conviction, Chair? Every Scopa engagement must have capacity to put together regulatory frameworks for the rest of other departments in government to take care of other issues. So I just want that clarity, which department is which in the case of Mambrella. Thank you very much, Chair.
Yeah, maybe let me put it that we don't saying we must not ask questions. We're just indicating that there's a possibility that most of the questions could have been answered previously. But we know that there might be other questions. So nothing stops you from asking questions on a particular question. So don't apologize, you still do your right to ask questions. Because you may find that the previous response did not cover everything. They were addressed, but there's this element that you still need to understand. So you are free to ask.
Chair.
Yeah, Honorable.
One question as well.
Spoken.
My name is Scopa, member of this committee. Page 13 on the report on the responsible officials. Wanted to ask what are the policies of these officials and which amount are attached to them in relation to the conduct that they may have committed in the department.
Yeah, thank you very much. There are two questions. On E, what are the positions? And this, I think, this has been asked, and it was not responded to. It's not for the first time that we asked the positions of this, and it was not responded to. And the issue of Mamorowela, these are the two issues. Let me see.
Thank you very much. I'm going to request the HOD to respond.
Thank you, Honorable MEC, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you for the question, Honorables. My name is Mpo Mashamba. I'm the head of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. Mr. Mamorowela was awarded a bid by the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, whereas he has been employed by the Department of Public Works. But during the inception of the procurement processes, Mr. Mamorowela was still out of the employment. The quotation, invitation of the quotation, submissions and everything. But when the final phase of the procurement stage had happened, Mr. Mamorowela was having 12 days in the system, meaning that the SBD form would not have declared him as an employee of the organ of the state or the department. And therefore, the department could not depict it, and we don't have such a system to depict it. Until we run the CAT system is then that you can determine, and unless the employee inform, or also on the Z83, because we ask them questions on whether they do have business, they have made a business with the organ of the state, but still, he cannot be found wanting, because by then the appointment had not yet been finalized when he got the appointment letter. When he was appointed, the awarding of the bid was still in progress. I guess that I've responded adequately. The other question?
The positions of the members. I'm not sure if the
okay.
Committees.
Thank you for the question. My name is Mpoma Shamba, the HOD of Agriculture and Rural Development. We will provide the information in terms of the job title of those responsible officials. And in terms of the actions that we have taken, we could not actually attach an amount, because this investigation report was still subjected for Financial Misconduct Board, the one that I have already reported that by the time we had submitted, we were still awaiting for an investigation report from the chairperson, which we had received last week. Then it is then that we can be able to do due diligence. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, and I hope you are answered. The issue of the public service, you cannot do business with another department, even if you are employed in a different department, as long as it is government. Then it becomes a gross. Just to add on what they said. So are we done with question 3? Are we satisfied that we have answered everything? Do you want to make a follow-up?
I just want to follow up just one on top of the other. MEC and HOD, this, I think there are 11 in total. It's a very good question. You know, half the time when people commit offense, they jump the ship. I just want a confirmation. Do we still have them in the system of the department? This 11, there are many, 11 is too much. Are they still employees of the department?
Through you, Chairperson, my name is Mpoma Shamba. Yes, we are confirming that they are still in the system up to as at now. We don't know what will happen tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Question 4.
I can read this.
Honorable Subotoma.
Thank you very much. My name is still Masubani Jam Subotoma. Yes. So the question here will be based on fruitless and wasteful expenditure. As we can realize that the Department of Agriculture recorded a closing balance of 2.4 million in fruitless and wasteful expenditure for this year. So we need to check.
Can you allow him, or is he making any mistake?
Yeah.
Describing the whole paragraph.
Huh?
Instead of going to number 8.
No.
Go to number 8.
Number 8.
Yeah.
Yes. No.
Yes, I'm getting, but it's a background to that.
No, let's not confuse him, because when we start, we preface with the paragraph always, and then we go to the question.
No, we don't have the same script apparently.
It's question 4.
So let's go.
On page 14.
Yes.
Yes.
So we need to know what steps the accounting officer take into consideration before writing off the fruitless and wasteful expenditure of 3,000. Then also provide evidence. The next question would be, why did the accounting officer fail to put effective measures in place to prevent the recurrence of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure? C, why did the accounting officer incur fruitless and wasteful expenditure of 136,000 in the current financial year? And further, provide a breakdown of fruitless and wasteful expenditure. How much was recovered from the balance of 2.4 million rands? And who are the responsible officials? Further, what action did the accounting officer take against the responsible officials? And what measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can we agree that question 4B and 4C have been sufficiently covered? But if you still have questions, we are not going to stop you from asking questions. So we are going to allow MEC to answer question number 4 on fruitless and wasteful expenditure.
Thank you very much. My name is Nagin Kekana, MEC for the Department of Agriculture. I'm going to request the HOD to respond on says.
Thank you very much, honorable members. My name is Mpoma Shamba. I'm the head of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. Question 4A, the fruitless and wasteful expenditure was as a result of the interest paid on overdue accounts incurred by Mopani District. An investigation was conducted and an outcome was that the responsible official, Mr. Masele Sele, JBS, was liable for the loss. However, he has since terminated his service when the investigation was concluded, and therefore a write-off was recommended. We have written off the debt. See Annex K. B has been adequately responded. B, A, and B. C as well. Question number D on the breakdown of the fruitless
Maybe
expenditure.
MEC, I think B. fruitless expenditure of 5,000 was not dealt with. The 5,000 Eskom and Telkom.
Through you, Chairperson, my name is Mpo Mashamba, the HOD of Agriculture and Rural Development. Question 4BB, the fruitless expenditure was due to interest incurred on overdue account on Eskom Telkom account amounting to 5,000. Breakdown in question number D, we have dealt with Arena's translation, 1.9 million 130,000. The payment for Telkom Municipality and Eskom were not processed on time by Mopani and Mazibandila respectively. Hence, there were interest incurred of 5,441.35. We have made recovery from Mazibandila College and write off the debt of at Mopani district. How much was recovered? For an amount of 1,458.53 was recovered from Mr. Nebufumba. My sincere apology, Nebufumba, and an amount of 1,205.98 from Mrs. Modau in 2024-2025 financial year. See the annexure M. In terms of the responsible official of 425, Honorable Chairperson, we have already spoken to it. Allow me to proceed. Moving to question number G, what actions has the accounting officer took against the responsible official? Mrs. Nebufumba KS was held liable on an amount of 1,205, and we had referred the matter to financial accounting to create debt. And Mrs. M. Mudau was held liable as well, which she has already paid. We have recovered that. On my Sele JBS, as I've already alluded, that this fruitless expenditure has occurred while Mr. Maselesele had retired before the investigation could be concluded. Therefore, the amount of 2,776.84 was written off. The measures that the accounting officer took, put in place to prevent the recurrence, the checklist was developed. There is we have customized our contracts with the transversal contracts. We have also developed the standard operating procedure which we are enforcing the compliance. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Maybe before I give honorable members the issue of recovery, question E, an amount of 1,458.53 cents was recovered from Ms. Nebu Fumba and 1,205.98 from Modau. When you go to the next page at G, what was what action the accounting officer, then where is it? The first point, G. Ms. Nebufumba was held liable 1,205. Now did they change it? And then Modau 1,400 and whatever. Do you see what I'm raising?
Yes.
On page this, Modau was 1,400. On the next page, it was 1,200. And these are the mistakes that you do and that will get you unqualified. So, which is the correct figure for who? Honorable Mavucha.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Thabo Mahocha and I'm a member of this committee. Chair, I actually noted the same point, but I think you have omitted Maselese because on number A, it's talking about 3,000. And then on number G, they are saying that he retired before the investigation could be completed. Therefore, an amount of 2.7 has been written off. Therefore, one would then get confused as to what exactly is the right amount, because you know when you deal with public funds, even a cent counts. So, can we be clarified as to which is the exact amount that has been written off? Was it 3,000 or was it 2.7? And if it's 2.7,
do you need your caucus, MEC? Is allowed. Okay, no.
okay, thank you, Chair. Thanks for the protection. And if it's 2.7, can they equally break down as to how are they going to remedy the balance of 200 and something? And then, Chair, lastly, I just want to check with the MEC as to whether are there measures in place to ensure that they kept this tendency of officials that when they are caught with their hands in the cookie jar, they then take the easy way out or resign, and then know that no consequence management will follow them. Because you know, it will start with 3,000 and a person will resign, and the next day it's 3 million. Then a person will resign and then will write off the debt. So are there measures in place to keep this to keep this
Resignation, to keep the debt.
no, to keep this evasion of justice? Yes, because one would expect the department, or if there are such issues, people know because they are no longer in the system, at least refer such matters to law enforcement so that when they come to Treasury to apply for these things to be condoned or be written off, at least there is something that they can say about this person. Our powers end here, so law enforcement must assist us. Thank you very much, Chair.
Yeah, I think as they are going to respond, the other issue that can assist is the amendment of PSA. Is it PSA? Which is still in consultation. There is a clause that is proposing that if you are an employee of the department and have got a case to answer, you will not resign until that is concluded. PSA. So it is still not signed yet, but they are still consulting stakeholders. So if that can pass, then it will solve that. But ordinarily, if I want to resign, you can't stop me. For now.
Yes.
If I've reached my retirement age, I must go. But you said the issue of going to the Hawks so that they follow you even outside, because they must follow these people even outside the system. Yeah, you can talk to those issues.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Nadine Tikana. Through you, Chairperson, I'm going to request the HOD to respond.
Thank you, Honorable MEC, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Mpoma Shamba. I'm the head of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. We appreciate your valuable inputs, and we have taken note of the advices that we need to put measures in place so that our fellow employees should not exit through retirement as and when they realize that they have committed some disparities in the system. However, this one, maybe one might want to understand why must we refer it to law enforcement agency when a person has committed fruitless and wasteful expenditure. But we'll look into that. We do have internal control mechanisms that is in place. As and when the employee exits the system through natural attrition, we have a liability form or the root form that is circulating to check if ever the employee do have a debt that it's created or owing the department or pending case. So that control mechanisms are in place. It is just that on cases, on the ones that we had presented precisely, those employees had left long time. You may find that they have left in 2023, then 2024, and the discovery of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure is only being realized in the subsequent year. But we are taking note of those inputs that we need to strengthen our system. The 3,000, question 4A, as opposed to 2,776, the question has been captured as that from the committee, which I think it was informed by the AFS, is a round off of 2,776. The 3,000 is a round off as captured from the AFS, the annual report, as stipulated. We have taken note of the misalignment of the figures for Mudau and Mrs. Nebufumba. We will then correct, make such adjustment. And I think the Honorable Chairperson, colleagues, is very correct on point that these minor human errors, they are the ones that are actually tantamount to unqualified audit opinion, wherein we are not paying attention. But Honorable Chairperson, we will take that on a very serious note and make sure that we definitely pay attention to detail when compiling a report of this nature, because it has got serious implications. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. Are we happy with the responses, or do you want to say to make follow-ups? Honorable Scopa.
I think Honorable Mawita asked what is it that the government is doing to prevent this from reoccurring again. The mention of a checklist that they said they followed. Do you request that as and when they provide more information, they must also attach the checklist? And I think Honorable Mawita was sufficiently responded to. And on page 15, when they said Ms. Nebufumba, they've recovered 1.4, and they attached it on the proof, the evidence attached on an extra M. There's no attachment of the 1.3 from Ms. Mudau. I don't think that's true.
Thank you very much. No attachment, no evidences, and ongoing concern.
And Chair, the issue of 3,000 has not been attended to.
The 3,000, I think they said they round the 2.77. Yeah.
Round off.
It's a round off.
Okay.
Yeah, MEC, what is raised now is the issue of evidence again. Indeed, we're not sure, because the other person has indicated, and even there's a proof, but Mudau, there's no proof, so we may not be sure if indeed it was paid. So the issue of including evidence is very, we can't overemphasize it. And it was going to quickly deal with the swapping of amounts, because we know that this one is confirming that I pay 1,200, this one will be confirming that is paid 1.4. And we are raising it on a very serious note, and we expect that in the next meeting, which will be within this quarter, and I hope our coordinators are recording all this info, because now I'm recording these recommendations, and we are going to ensure that they are addressed. Can we pass question 4? Question 5, material misstatements. Who is taking it? Honorable, I think Honorable Majomani is raised first. Let's give her a chance because you also.
Faith is leading.
Eh?
The good faith God has a man. Honorable Majomani will come for the next one.
Okay.
So Chairperson Mabochi. Okay.
Of the AG's report, the AG identified material misstatements in the annual performance report submitted for auditing. These material misstatements were in the reported performance information for the agricultural producer support and development program. Management did not correct all the misstatements, and the AG reported material findings in this regard. Why did management fail to correct the material misstatements of the reported performance information for the agricultural producer support and development program? Why did the accounting officer submit an annual performance report that had material misstatements to the AG for auditing? C. Who are responsible officials? D. What actions did the accounting officer take against the responsible officials? What measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the occurrence of this anomaly? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable MSc.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I'm going to request through you for the HOD to respond.
Thank you, Honorable MEC, Honorable Chairperson, and the members for the question. We appreciate. My name is Mpoma Shamba. I'm the head of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. Honorable Chairperson, allow me to make this disclaimer that question number 5, 6, 7, they are interrelated. So you don't be surprised as and when we respond, you see the same responses. It's the matter of semantics, but it's the same questions. The reason why the management has failed to correct the material misstatements in the reported performance information for Program 3, which is Agricultural Producer Support and Development Program, the department has put systems in place. However, there was a misalignment on reporting on the APP and conditional grant requirements, wherein there was an oversight on reporting the Ilimalijema conditional support grant into our APP. There was a lack of review by program managers. The combination of the tangible and non-tangible support for farmers resulted in an insufficient means of verification for certain standardized indicators. The department did not have the standard operating procedure in place. B, there was an insufficient reconciliation between the APP performance indicator and the conditional grant, as alluded earlier, wherein the department has reported directly to national structure via provincial coordinating office as required by the grant framework, without being systematically reconciled against the producers already reported under APP indicators at the provincial level. This resulted as having two parallel reporting streams for Ilimalijema reports counting producers repeatedly per intervention cycle, while the APP reporting requires producers to be reported once per indicator. The responsible officials are Chief Director, Agricultural Development and Farmer Support, and Chief Director, Strategy and Systems. The accounting officer has implemented the consequence management, wherein we had issued the written warning C, the annexure O. The measures that we have taken in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly in question number E as we respond, we have already presented in this committee that the executive management has taken a decision to revert back to manual data collection on support provided to farmers for performance information, while we are still in the process of improving or reviewing our electronic system. The lack of list planned producers to receive departmental support in a specific financial year, wherein we were not having tangible and non-tangible support separated for specific producers, and now we had separated the two. Number one, we reviewed the reporting process by developing the SOP for performance indicator in line with the technical indicator description. Number two, we are continuously doing the quarterly verification and intensified our communication between monitoring and evaluation and district coordinators, and proper quality assurance is being conducted. We are as well reconciling our spreadsheet on quarterly basis. We are also doing the monthly reconciliation of performance information, including the integration of DORA requirement, which was not complied with in the previous financial year. Hence, we had underreported on our APP on the conditional grant. The effective period of the implementation of the tabling of our APP is with effect from the third quarter. Honorable Chairperson, if it is permissible, can I therefore end here? Because all the measures that we had put in place, I had already spoken to in the previous question, in question number 2, if it is permissible.
Okay.
Thank you.
Members will determine that if they were able to grasp everything that's supposed to. Honorable Maringa.
Honorable Chair, I'm not sure whether I should start with the first on the HOD to end with the issues have been raised already.
No.
I'm going to safely say, if you were to ask me, I would say a number of them, of course, have been touched already, but I'll leave it to my colleagues to make their own comment. Chair, there are some serious inconsistencies in how the department is responding to our questions, whether it relates to role players in the role game. I'll give you a direct question to what I want to ask. If you go to question number 3, we have passed it long ago, specifically number E. It gives us a list of officials of the department who are involved in some wrongdoings. Fast forward, if you go to question number 5, number C, you only get chief director this, chief director there. Fast forward again before you get to the HOD. If I were to also take space and advantage with how these questions are interrelated. Question 7, number B. You don't get names. I know we've not reached it. I want to demonstrate the inconsistencies that worries me. There are no names. It's just chief director this, chief director there. Now, it raises a lot of questions. Why is the department mentioning names on other levels of misconduct? And then where is the directors? It's just, there's no name at all. It's just the position. It's a difference of a name and a position. I'm not sure those ones that you mentioned, who are 11, who is what and others. Is it because they are not chief directors? And if that is the reason, why are we protecting the names of these chief directors? We want to know who they are. If the department, Honorable Chair, can account for the inconsistencies in the recording of the name versus position and vice versa, I think that will give us comfort. We want to understand exactly who is this chief director who is found in this misconduct of any sort. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Any question from members on question number 5? Yeah. Who is the chief director?
Thank you.
When we were still growing, we'll say, "Ekir, come on, Ekir, Ekir, come on, Ekir, come on."
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Ekere ke mmona ka leihlo le. Ekere ha ke mmone, but suffice to indicate that the name of the Chief Director responsible for agricultural development and farmer support is Mr. Nowata, and he has since served. I think he has resigned in December, retired on the 31st of December. And then the name of the Director Strategy and System is Mrs. Mashamaite. She's still with us. And of course, in terms of the ones indicated on page 13, who are responsible officials, we were able to allude to. But what is lacking is the issue of their job titles. That will correctly rectify.
Happy?
No, Chair, I'm not okay. The question is, did you really have to ask? I want to understand why, at some levels, the department feels comfortable mentioning names. In other levels, it is not comfortable mentioning names at the right status. For me, that is it's a very thorny issue. It's not a mistake. If it was a mistake, it would have been a mistake throughout from the beginning. But if the department cannot clarify why in other levels, it's just titles, they are not names, it's okay. We will note it like that, but we have a very serious discomfort, and the department should note that in the future, there must be consistency. If you're writing names, you must write names. You must then say, Chief Director, Mr. Maringa Vita. Then we know what they mean by that. The issue of retiring, and also check. I'm not sure whether Mr. Nawata is retired by age or is resigned. This question is very critical. We want to also check and assess whether our people are committing mistakes and jumping the ship prior. Or with him, if it's about retirement, he was lucky he retired before we could uncover a lot of the things that they've done. But this is good for the future and for other departments. We need to understand that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. I hope they've noted that inconsistency and it will be corrected. In fact, we have raised a lot of issues with regard to how we present the information, and most of these things seem to be very small. But many small things, they form a big thing. If you gather them together, these very small things, you find that you have got a very big issue. So we are going to question 6 on achievement of planned targets. Honorable Majaman.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairperson. My name is Asnat Majaman. I'm the member of this committee. Achievement of planned targets. Executing authority on paragraph 18 of Auditor General Report. The AG has identified that the actual achievement for 9 indicators did not agree with what was reported. And as a result, the AG could not determine the actual achievement.
however, estimated them to be material more. Number A, why did the actual achievement for 9 indicators not agree with what was reported? B, who are the responsible officials? C, what action has been taken against the responsible officials? D, what measures has the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? I thank you, Chairperson.
Yeah, thank you very much. And the MEC responses?
Thank you very much. Through you, Chairperson, I'm going to request the HOD to respond.
Thank you, Honorable MEC, Honorable Chairperson. We appreciate the question posed. As I've already alluded to the fact that these questions are more or less interrelated, we are expected to account on why did the actual achievement for 9 indicators did not agree with the reported information. We are acknowledging the fact that there was a human error from our side, if it is not administratively, that the 9 indicators did not agree with what was reported primarily due to systematic weaknesses in planning, reconciliation, quality assurance, and reporting methodologies, rather than the absence of service delivery itself, meaning that the service delivery has been, adequately been rendered at the call phase, but however, the department was unable to report on Ilimalechima conditional grant in terms of the services that has been rendered. And we have already alluded that in terms of the administrative procedural reporting structure, we are reporting to the National Department of Agriculture in line with the requirement of DORA, and as well we were supposed to report on our annual report. So we were adequately reported in line with DORA to the National Department of Agriculture, however failed to incorporate the Ilimalechima conditional grant achievement or targets in our annual report. That it is an oversight and it is regrettable. The following factors are confirmed as the main causes of the non-reporting or incorrect reporting of Ilimalechima achievement. Honorable Chairperson, in absentia, members, this has already been alluded in the previous question, as I had already mentioned. However, if the members would want me to take them through in terms of what has led us to have a material non-compliance on AOP, I can still repeat them. I'm not sure who is holding the fort in the absence of the chairperson.
No, thanks very much. There's no vacuum. Nature does not allow that.
Can I proceed?
Yes, you can.
The responsible officials in question number B is the Chief Director, Agricultural Development and Farmer Support, Mr. Nwata, who has then retired from the system. And Honorable Maringa, there is no deliberate protection of anybody here. It's just a mere human error, oversight from our side. Question number C, the actions that we have taken against the responsible official, we had already alluded to that we have implemented consequence management. A final written warning has been issued to Mr. Nwata, who was then the Chief Director for Program 3. The measures in question number D that the accounting officer has put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly. Honorable Chairperson, same measures as I've already indicated, that question number 5, question number 6, question number 7 are interrelated. Unless the members would want me to repeat what I had already alluded previously.
No, thanks very much. Let me just check if members have follow-up questions.
If you check on this person, like the HOD was saying, I think we need to prepare differently. I'm worried now. Because if you look at some of these persons, it's a case of semantics. If you look at the name, it's just semantics. We are getting the same answers, which means we are asking the same question, but asking it different. But at the same time, I think we need to appreciate and acknowledge the fact that much as these questions are asked differently, it's because of the material conditions that result in the space where we ask those questions. It's not necessarily by default, Honorable Chair. It's because each question emanates out of a particular circumstance. And unfortunately, as you respond to them, the responses are somehow together. So I will not necessarily ask further questions on the responses of the department on the basis of what I'm submitting here. But it should be noted that it's not an error. MEC is not an error that our questions appears to be producing the same results in terms of responses. It's because each one of them is born out of the specific material conditions that exist. Thank you.
No, thanks very much. I hope that we're able to deal with question 6. Can we then go to question 7? Honorable members. Honorable Faith, can you deal with question 7?
It's on strategy planning. My name is Honorable Scopa. It's on strategy planning and performance management. Evaluating authority, paragraph 26 of the AG's report, page 211 of the annual report. The AG reports that specific information systems are not implemented to enable the monitoring of progress, made toward activity targets, core objectives and service delivery as required by Public Service Regulation 1EI and III. Question A, why did the accounting officer fail to implement specific information systems to enable the monitoring of progress made towards achieving targets, core objectives and service delivery? B, who were the responsible officials? C, what measures has the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? What measures has the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? I think that is a repeat of the question.
Thanks, Honorable. Can we now allow the MEC to respond?
Thank you very much. Through you, Chairperson, I'm going to request the HOD to respond.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable MEC and members. Thanks for the question. My name is Mpoma Shamba. I'm the head of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. Question 7A. As a department, we are acknowledging and with regret the inadequacy in internal control systems as they failed to prevent weaknesses in the performance management system employed by the department. The department, as a department, we are utilizing an electronic reporting system, which is Survey 123, for collecting performance information across the district. This system was designed in such a manner that when officials are entering the data for the support provided to farmers, it is recorded. It was the system itself record it as a new entry, even if when the service has already rendered on that particular farmer or producer, instead of using an ID number as a control variable. So you could see that the system itself, even the AGSA had advised that this system is not meeting the audit standard as it were. And hence, you could see that there are some disparities on the system. It's not effective. If a farmer was visited more than once for support on the indicators, the system created all those entries separately, which leads to duplicates between quarters. It is worth noting that each quarter the duplicates did not exist. They appeared only when the quarters were consolidated during the auditing. However, the duplicates have since been corrected after the approval by the AGSA to do the adjustment. Responsible officials, as I've already alluded, Mr. Nwata and Lemashiani, the measures that we have taken in place, we had issued the written warning. So, yeah, my apology, Ms. Mashamaite, not Mashiani. I beg my sincere apologies. The measures that we have put in place, Honorable Chairperson, as alluded earlier, is the same measures that we have put in place in question 6, 5, respectively. But there is a supporting documents on Annex R. I thank you.
No, thanks very much. I just want the session to note that we only have 3 questions on question 7, as C and D are the same. And I want to take this opportunity to allow the chair to proceed with the proceedings on questions by honorable members.
Okay, so we're still on question 6?
7.
7, all right. Yeah. But it was corrected, no? Yeah. Okay, no, it's fine. I'll catch up as we go. Are there questions on number 7? Okay, if there are no questions, I can see Honorable Honorable Maringa, you must remember that I'm a teacher. When Elena wants to raise a question and I can see, so even if you are not doing that, I can see that there is a question. That is why I'm pointing you.
No, so you're very correct. I've got a question, but for some good reasons. I think let me ask you when we're done with question 8, because it's going to arise there. So maybe by the time we get to 8, some more flesh may be born to empower the present farmers program. That's why it did not come out right. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. So question number 8, can we have questions? Maybe let's give Honorable Maringa the chance to. What do you do?
You agree with me that I can do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
No, but
women empowerment.
No, I understand women empowerment and chance, but we also want to empower
youth empowerment.
We want to empower him. We also want to empower him.
With all due respect, between I and Honorable Faith, we have agreed that she's going to be taking us through all these questions. And it is for very strong strategic reasons, which will account to you when this session ends.
Yeah, unfortunately,
just accept our
unfortunately, did not brief the chair, but it's fine.
We're now on question 8 on internal control deficiencies. The Executive Authority in paragraph 33 and 34 on page 2 and 3 of the annual report, the agency reported that management did not prepare regular, accurate and complete performance reports that are supported and evidenced by reliable information. Furthermore, the management did not develop and monitor the implementation of the action plans to address internal control deficiencies. A, why did management not prepare regular accurate and complete performance reports that are supported and evidenced by reliable information to the AG? B, why did management not develop and monitor the implementation of the action plans to address internal control deficiencies? C, what action has been taken against the responsible officials? D, what measures has the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this abuse? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, MSc.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Through you, I'm going to request the HOD to respond to the questions.
Thank you, Honorable MSc, Honorable Chairperson and members. Thank you for the question. My name is Mpoma Shamba. I'm the head of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. Question 8A. An honest response from the department is that all these questions that have been raised from question 5, it is only as a result of one omission. Hence, I've already alluded to the fact that, Honorable Maringa, you are very correct that it is the extent of the material non-compliance that has made this repeated question to find its expression in our annual report. And only because of one omission that has actually had a serious negative implication on our report, annual report, or on our AOP performance. The omission on reporting on the conditional grant beneficiaries, Ilimanejima, or food security household into the performance information. That's the reason. It tantamounted into the inaccuracy, incompleteness, and all these aspects that has already been alluded to. B, the audit action plan for 2023-2024 was developed, implemented fully and monitored. Overall, there has been a significant improvement in the audit outcomes in the finance reporting from 2023-2024 to 2024-2025 financial years. And Honorable Chairperson, I think this one we need to have to be uploaded. Furthermore, the department received 34 communications of findings in 2024-2025 financial year as compared to 48 communications of findings that was raised in 2023-2024, which is less. Which is 14 less findings compared to the prior year. The reduction is due to the improvement in the audit outcomes in the finance reporting. This is also evident by general improvement of an audit outcome for Program 3, moving from disclaimer. Maybe the adverse one was referring to 2023-2024, Honorable Chairperson, which at that point we had 4 paragraphs which were qualified to qualification on performance information. With Program 4, of which Program 4 in the 2024-2025 financial year, we have moved from qualification to unqualified without matters of emphasis, meaning that Program 4 in 2024-2025 received a clean audit, as opposed in the prior year. The action that we have taken against the same Chief Directors, Mr. Nowata and Mayor Mashamaite, the measures in question number D that the accounting officer has put in place, Honorable Chairperson, same measures as alluded to the previous question. The means of verification is there.
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation. Maybe the repeat of the 2 directors is because it is their programs which were sampled, and other chief directors who are here, you must know that if maybe your programs were sampled, your names maybe were also going to be here. So which goes back to what I raised to say, once we have a sampled program, we must also check the other programs which are not sampled. So it means directors who are here and acting directors, you are also doing an introspection in terms of what are also your limitations in terms of the issues that were raised with other directors. And as we are going to prepare all the interim report and ultimately submitting the report to the AG, these issues that are raised now may apply to you if you are not taking precautionary measures. So I'm going to give Honorable Maringa a chance to come up with that question, unless if you are covered by the explanation, you can come.
Thanks, Chair. I can say majority here, it's just been a long day. Chair, you have taken a portion of what I wanted to raise about only the two names being caught up in each question that exists here. There are two, and at least you have already sent a warning sign. That voice signal which would have blown far much heavier to the chief directors that are here now, that we don't wish to see their names here. At least we are seeing the names of those who are not here and those who just retired. And with that said, Chair, I want to check, actually, I know that the department is not a department of special investigators, but what is the tentative turnaround time when an act of misconduct is committed to the actual time when we start to implement consequences? Just to have an idea, or wishfully so, what is the tentative turnaround time? Because if you look at this situation, Chair, we're having people committing wrong things and they end up retiring before we take them to account. I know this person may appear a bit vague or brief, but just give us an idea what is the tentative time to charge Maringa and take him through hearing and giving a warning or having seen the department put by one of the two things which that's the question.
Thank you. The turnaround time? Let me see.
Thank you very much. Through you, Chairperson.
Thank you for the question. My name is Mpho Mashamba, the HOD of Agriculture and Rural Development. In terms of disciplinary code and procedure resolution, the turnaround time for a misconduct case should take 90 days, which is 3 months. But I must acknowledge that it depends on the complexity of the case. That is why some of our cases are taking much longer time than the prescribed period. Equally to the investigation. The investigation, the moment we depict any kind of an unwanted conduct or irregularity, we subject those cases for investigation to be conducted by our investigating officers. Is 3 months. It should take 90 days. So yeah, that is the prescribed period.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I can add to say also depends on the cooperation from those who are supposed to give evidence to the investigation, because if you're conducting an investigation and every time you want to get that from a particular individual, the office is locked. When you come again, he or she postpones to say, no, I'll bring it tomorrow. So those are some of the things that can delay the investigation. But others, as the management, you must be able to manage such delays. Honorable Macheta?
Just on the felicitation or praise of your audit action plan, I see you are saying it is yielding results from 2023, 2024, 2024, 2025. And there's a of less 14 findings. but I want to have a sense that what is it that you will do to ensure that the progress is made is sustained. Because it's one thing to praise, but it's another if we don't have a tool to ensure that there will always be an increase in relation to what we want to achieve. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Emisu?
Thank you very much, HOD, through you, Chairperson. Can you respond to the questions?
I guess it wasn't a question.
It was.
It was a question. I thought maybe you were commenting us of okay. All right. In responding to that, my name is Mpoma Shamba. I'm the head of Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. Yes, our audit action plan gradually, it's work in progress, it's yielding result. But it is important as well to take note that Honorable Chairperson and members, we are not actually addressing the findings. We are dealing with the root cause as a department. Hence, you see that there is a progressive performance improvement, and we are striving by all means. If you check on those measures, the interventions that we had put in place, you could see that we had realized that the root cause for us to be where we are, and especially on the OPO, it is as a result of the system, the electronic system that we're using, which it is not audited, it wasn't audited, and it does not meet the audit standard in terms of credibility of capturing or collating the data from the ground. Hence, we have introduced this manual reporting and improved and enhanced our reporting system. We went further as well to look at our technical indicator description. I think I've already alluded to that. That was not practicable in our province. Our province has most of our farmers that we are supporting, they are at the level of subsistence farmers. They are at the level of household farmers who are vulnerable. And most of them, they are registered on the indigent register of the local municipality. But our technical indicator description prevent us, is limiting us, is hindering us that we should not even provide any support to those farmers. Hence, we had to then go to the contributing factors as a root cause and requested for a retabling process. So, Honorable Machete, thank you for cautioning us. We are striving and doing everything within our means to make sure that our performance information is of credible and of a high standard of compliance with the MCS. We are striving to do that, and I believe that even with the guidance that we're getting here, learning is an ongoing process. We are being empowered. The session of today has really had, I'm not doing concluding remarks, has empowered us. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Yeah, thank you, MEC. I think on the issue raised by Honorable Machete, we said in one of the questions that your action plans must show action. For example, the first one on question, what this question is, question 6, because that is where you were been referring to on D. If you are saying you are going to review a reporting process by developing a SOP for performance indicators, there should be timelines, there should be people responsible, there should be a action that is going to be taken. Because once you are saying developing a standard operating procedure, we must be able to see it. At least when you, in your plan, you refer to this aspect of the SOP, because we will be doing 1, 2, 3. We will be, this so and so will be responsible. But when it is like this, the line management must also have their own responsibility, must know now for us to achieve this thing, who is going to carry that particular task. Because we believe that as an accounting officer, you are monitoring all these directors and they must tell you how are they going to achieve this objective, how are you going to improve the performance information, how are you going to improve the issue of learner, not learner, farmer support. Yeah, you can take a teacher out of the school, but you never take teaching out of the person. Yeah, the farmer support. So it must be detailed so that each and every directorate must be able to assess progress. So, but if it is just like these notes, you don't have measures or how to measure progress. You can say it's very good, we are agreeing, but if we can't measure performance, if we can't measure if we are reaching our objectives within speculated time, then we may not achieve anything at all. So it's good, we are agreeing, but let's action it so that we are able to trace where we are lacking, strengthen and support. So that is what I wanted to emphasize. If there's nothing on question 8, let's go to the last one. Question 9. Yeah, that partnership there at the end of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, for entrusting me with this among the responsibilities. The investigation proclamation number R36 2019, CG 42577, dated 12 July 2019. Executive Authority, there's an investigation at the National Department of Agriculture and Rural Development into the mismanagement of the Comprehensive Agricultural Support Program grant. This investigation has been extended to provinces and they are also the recipients of this SASP grant. The investigation is still in progress. The question is being provided the status of the report of the investigation.
Thank you very much. MEC?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Through you, I'm going to request the HOD to respond to the questions.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC, Honorable Chairperson. We appreciate the question. My name is Mpoma Shamba. I'm the head of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. Honorable Chairperson, this question has already been alluded to in question 1. If it's permissible, the status quo remain. We are still awaiting for the outcome of the investigation that is being conducted by the SIU as per the proclamation as mentioned. We are continuing with follow-ups with our National Department of Agriculture. It's work in progress. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much. I agree that it was sufficiently covered, but we don't stop anybody who has a question on it to make a follow-up, or maybe when you have not captured it correctly, you can ask questions. Yeah, I can see that we are all agreeing. Let's go back to our agenda. We have exhausted all the questions and they were responded. We made follow-up questions and clarifications, and we are on the recommendations. With recommendations, we are saying as per the House resolution on quarterly meetings, we are expecting you to come to report to all the issues that were raised and with all the attachments that were omitted to be included as a proof of you addressing these issues, including the action plan. Go and rework the action plan that is actionable with all the issues that I've raised. But we can say we are agreeing with the AG when it was indicated that this department is a possible clean audit department. And you have improved in the analysis of the AG and the Treasury. There has been a significant reduction in terms of repeat mistakes and all those things. But we are detecting emerging new findings. So we are saying let's not adopt a yo-yo style. We improve, and then when we are saying we're looking at that improvement, how it progresses, you go down. Even if it is other programs, not entirely. Because you can see that when other programs are improving, the others are going down. So that needs to be managed, so that we address each and every detail. And the other thing that I can indicate as a recommendation is that let's deal with these many small mistakes that we are doing. The issue of capturing result in the material misstatement, whereby there are mistakes in terms of just capturing the correct information. The information is there, is correct, but when you are going to capture it, sometimes it becomes a problem. That is a challenge, and there are many mistakes that we are observing, which are small but have a negative impact. Like I've indicated, small things build up a very big one, which we might not be able to manage. So let's look at these recommendations that members have proposed and strengthen our internal controls. Those deficiencies that were identified are very insignificant if you look at them. But because they are recurring, some of them are many, they paint a picture that you are not looking at that aspect of internal control. But we are saying, let's go and do the right thing. Let's go and ensure that we close all the gaps that were identified. And when we are going to prepare our 25-26 financial statements, let's take into consideration what we have raised. Take into consideration what the AG has raised, so that you are able to correct the mistakes that you omit. You can't do one mistake year after year, because it will show that we don't have progress. And like we've indicated, you are a potential clean audit department, and as we go out of this, let's go towards achieving that particular goal. And then, without any waste of time, we are going to request the AGSA to make comments, especially I would want to hear what the AG is saying in terms of the general picture of the department. Which aspects must they consider going forward so that they achieve the clean audit?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me highlight the fact that I see the MEC is looking at me. We had a commitment from the MEC. We had a meeting with the MEC where we discussed critical issues down, they need to focus on that because it might come up with material non-compliance. And we also alerted to Mr. Mawat and also should give the sense that we might also add another program, which means that they need to focus on all the programs. And the programs that we're going to touch, I think we touched on that also with Mema Shomante, and I think when Mawat and others, they are working on this program, we're also going to do it. It is not a secret. We have the request, we are aware that it is the department has got high potential and we really appreciate that it is. They need to work hard and make sure that it is whatever that we discussed, whatever that we have agreed, they make sure that they please address that. We want to see and shine with the department. We want also to be very proud. When we see the clean audit, we really appreciate that. I'm highlighting that, there was a time that when I was auditing Palabra municipality, after presenting the audit, one of the political party raised a question. I was standing right there. They said, AG, is your conscience clear with this opinion? I said, I'm 100% sure. We also want to make sure that when we come here, our conscience is very clear with the opinion of clean audits, without any hesitation. Much appreciated. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Provincial Treasurer.
Thanks, Chairperson and Honorable MEC and HOD. Let's commend you for the presentation you have done to Scopa. Let me say to Chairperson, we have agreed in our AG action plan strategy that during this quarter, and I believe HOD and the CFO, you haven't forgotten, if internal audit hasn't come, because part of our improvement was that in this quarter, the internal audit must audit program 3 performance information before the AG comes in so that it can assist them to check where lies the problems and the deficiencies. They must work on them. They must just press upon them to make sure that it gets done, because it's part of what we have committed to do, to make sure that we clean up the performance information in that space. So we will continue to deal with that one, Chairperson, and we are still going to monitor the third quarter performance of the AGSA action plan to make sure that the commendable work that the HOD was talking about, we do have means of verification to close all the findings, and hopefully that will give us the satisfaction of saying we are on the right track. But I must say, they know from our audit improvement strategy that they are a candidate for a clean audit in the next financial year, and they promised that they must deliver on that journey. So we are expecting that out of this one, with the guidance they have received from the honorable members, we are on the right track to get the clean audit, and keep up the good work. And yeah, I'm looking forward to see a clean audit from this department. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, MEC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Mukwege, members of the Scopa and the team agriculture led by the HOD, AGSA, Treasury, and the officials from all the departments, Treasury, OTP, and the Department of Agriculture, and your good self. I want to take this opportunity to acknowledge the sterling work, of course, as provided for by the Scopa, and also appreciate the support we have been received throughout the year, emanating from the very same oversight committee. And we want to make an agreement that indeed you receive the quarterly information on how best do we respond to the House resolution without any hesitation, because that in itself will be able to assist us. Your comments that you put forth, Honorable Chairperson, is really commendable, because it will assist us to track all the small mistakes that we have been doing in terms of capturing, and also to make sure that there is internal control which is efficient, where everything will be addressed accordingly as per the credible action plan. And we want also to acknowledge that the very same credible action plan will then be used as our dashboard by all of us, Office of the Executive Authority, including the management and also the linesmen managers up to the lower level of our employees, because I used to tell our officials to say the clean audit does not solely rely on the chief directorate or the SMS managers, but it also depends on the standing work emanating, starting from a cleaner. So with the dashboard, that of course will be informed by the action plan, which is going to be strengthened to address some of the deficiencies that you have already identified. But in the main, we want to thank your support, because if it was not because of your support, Treasury, you have been assisting us as and when we were submitting our in-year reporting, our quarterly reports. You were able to guide us even in cases where we have requested for condonement, not only to condone, but to make sure that indeed we supply you with the necessary information that warrants condonement on some of the irregular expenditure. And that in itself will talk to what the AG South Africa has already said, to say, even though we are reducing in terms of the irregular expenditure, but if we may be found to be repeating the very same finding, it may lead to material non-compliant, and we need to avoid that at all costs, because we need to make sure that we attain the clean audit without emphasis. And again, in your recommendation, Chairperson, also when you commenced with the meeting, you said it vividly to say we need to make sure that the core requirements are adhered to, which is the non-material misstatement on the AFS, the non-material misstatement on the issue of performance, and also compliance with the pieces of legislation. We are going to make sure that that is followed to the latter for us to be able to achieve the clean audit. Our Chapter 9 and 10 institutions, we really thank you very much. The support from the Auditor General, it was not easy to reach up to the stage where we are right now. It was through the support, and it is an indicative that indeed they were not playing a witch hunting role, but a developmental role to make sure that together with other Chapter 10 institutions, of course, our public service commissions, we need to make sure that we uphold the core values and principles of the public servants, which indeed we are going to make sure that we follow it to the latter by making sure that we maintain a high level of professionalism, where we are able to spend the public purse prudently, so efficiently and effectively so. And by a mere fact that we have improved in terms of the findings from 48 to 34 in the previous financial year, and also from 4 paragraphs to 1 paragraph, this really showed that we tried to put in hold to make sure that our systems are in place, but we need to strengthen that, because unless if we attain the clean audit, we cannot say completely we are complying, and we are going to make sure that we adhere to that accordingly. So the issue of non-compliance or the non-material misstatement on performance is very much key to us as the political component, of course, as the executive authority. Like I've indicated earlier on, that this year it should be declared, of course, as the year to make sure that we strengthen the local government effectively so and make sure that we transform the economy of the country. And it is through this sector, the agriculture, which is the key economic sector, which will then assist in terms of improving the economy, thus creating jobs and addressing the issue of unemployment that we are facing, which is hard hit at our vulnerable groups, our women, persons with disability, and also our youth. So we're going to make sure that as and when we respond to the issue of the AG to attain the clean audit, the issue of performance is very much critical for us. But we can attest the good work that we are doing in terms of the service delivery that we have divided into our department for all the 5 agroecological zones who are doing the best, if not across the nation, but also across the globe, because we are considered in terms of the exportation of our goods, and that comes as a result of the performance that we are talking about, so that at the end of the day we incur the standardization in terms of trading, irrespective of the global pressures that we are having, the increase of the tariffs, but we can still indicate that we are on par in terms of making sure that the standard of our farmers in particular, the emerging farmers, is improved, and the targets that we put for ourselves to make sure that there is a certain target that we put for ourselves that we need to upgrade our small-scale farmers into the commercial farmers. Already we are achieving the targets, and we can attest to that matter. Where it's not a rhetoric, we can attest to what we are doing without claiming the cheap victory. And those in the oversight committee, our chairperson, Honorable Maringa, can attest to the good work that they are seeing when they are conducting an oversight work. And what we need to make sure is that we quantify them in terms of reporting, and we must report accordingly. So, on your remarks, lastly, on the issue of the climate change, all of us, because it affects in the main Department of Agriculture that I'm talking about, the disaster that we have experienced in other areas of our province, our Mopani and Vembe, we really acknowledge for the fact that the climate change is here, and we must work directly with the National Disaster Management, which has already alluded the disaster as the national disaster, and we need to make sure that we work with them accordingly. So, and make sure that should there be a money allocated to address the very same disaster that we are incurring, it must be expensed accordingly. So already we have received the money, about 25 million, to address the previous disaster, and we are in the process of finalizing all the appointment. So we need to make sure that we are on par in terms of the expenditure to address certain issue, which will also address to the issue of performance. And lastly, on the issue of foot and mouth, I think we are on track. Tomorrow we'll be having a meeting with the ministers in NEZ, and we are not highlighted among the areas which is having a red flag in terms of responding to the issue of foot and mouth. We only have recorded 11 cases of foot and mouth, and we have since vaccinated those areas, including the areas which fall within the 10 kilometers radius. We have vaccinated them. Fortunate enough, with the day-to-day vaccination that we were conducting on a quarterly basis, we were still having some vaccinations that were there. But should there be any occurrence of such, we are quite sure that with the meeting tomorrow, we will be able to have our own procured vaccination, because it's not possible for us to get the vaccination. We source them from Botswana, and nowadays at least there is an agreement with Argentina that they must assist us in terms of the vaccination. We don't have our own sources, but going forward, this is part of the things that we are saying. as part of the global south, we need to make sure that we diversify in terms of trading. We have our own resources, which will then be able to address our own challenges. The issue of the climate change, it affects us as the global south, because in the main it is caused by the fossils like oil and the coal, which affect us, and there is a need for us to make sure that there is enough budget. We must continue with the preventative measures to conduct awareness campaign in terms of the mitigating of the climate change, the issue of littering, reduction of the gas emission and everything, so that at the end of the day, we don't run the risks of losing all the democratic gains that we have gained since our more than 3 decades of our democracy. And I want to thank you so much, Kalabo.
Thank you very much. On item number 11, as the way forward, part of the way forward is that we are going to continue implementing the House resolution on our quarterly meetings to track the resolutions, and we have indicated in particular to your department what is our expectations when we meet you, and we are also saying the Provincial Treasury must continue with its support to the department to deal with those challenges, which are very minimal, we believe, but if they are not dealt with, they can develop into something that we may not be able to handle. And I just want to reiterate my stance to say we can't fail corrections. If we have chance to correct, let's correct. We can't fail. And we must never develop tolerance to non-compliance. That must be the first thing to deal with the irregular expenditure that we are incurring. That is only due to, in the main, due to a non-compliance with the legislation. And we are also indicating that as and when we submit our reports, let's be evidence-driven. So on this aspect, MEC, if I was to audit this program, this program on evidence, you're going to get that advice that I was talking about. So, but it's something doable. Evidence is just like, you just say, I've done this, and you attach. You have done this. We wrote a letter to the PT for condonation. Here is the letter, and here is their response. Then you are done. So I think that is where even with that program on farmer support, they've raised it sharply. Even though there is improvement to qualification, but it is still not sufficient to address the issue of the audit, clean audit outcomes. On the achievement of target, let's strive to achieve our targets. We know that sometimes we have got some challenges, the disruption, like this period, most of the departments will get disruption because of this period. So, but let's try to catch up and strengthen our internal audit, because if we can strengthen our internal audit, by the time we make our submissions, a lot of misstatements would have been claimed. So let's strengthen that area. And lastly, our interest is that we must follow the money. If there is a wasteful or fruitless expenditure, we want to follow that money. We want to get the money back so that it is able to help with other programs. We can even increase support of the farmers, or maybe other programs, and ensure that our service delivery is improved. So we must never allow an illicit flow of our finances to happen within our watch. Let's ensure that we close all the gaps. And if we can do all these things, then we will be moving towards a clean audit, and we'll be moving towards a service delivery that is quality and addressing all the targets. So that is the department, an ideal department of agriculture that we envisage. So let's go out and do the right things. Let's go and encourage our team, especially at the senior management level, that let's make sure that we do the right thing and we'll get the right thing at the end of the day. So we want to take this opportunity to thank you, MEC and the HOD and your team. We want to thank the AGSA and Provincial Treasury and honorable members, staff members, legislature staff, and all those who are watching from different social media. We thank you. Your commitment is really encouraging us as a committee to continue to do the oversight and to ensure that our people get the services that they deserve. The money that is spent must be accounted for each and every cent that is spent, for each and every rent that is spent. We must know, and it must be in the benefit of our people so that their lives must be improved. Like we've indicated, agriculture industry in the province is the core, as in terms of job creations, in terms of the improved economy, and in terms of food security. So if we can achieve all our targets, then it means that at one stage we may find that we don't have all that we have planned for, and then that can be a disaster. So without any ado, I want to check if there are announcements, Mr. Mkari.
Oh, thank you very much. There is tea as we go out. And members, we are coming back on Thursday. Thursday we are meeting the Department of Public Works. We are reporting at 8. We are starting briefings at 8:30. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks for the announcement, and we again want to thank you and wish you a safe travel back to home or your workplaces. Thank you very much. This meeting is